Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the Mariners are looking up to even up their series with the Yankees with a victory tonight in the Bronx. Cal Raleigh looks to extend his MLB leading home run total. He currently sits at 36 home runs on the year, a Seattle Mariner record before the All-Star break. First pitch is scheduled for 4:05. MLB officials have announced that the automated ball strike system is coming to the All-Star game next week in Atlanta. Each team will be given 2 challenges, and it must be a pitcher, catcher, or hitter that calls for the challenge immediately after the pitch. Over in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder and big man Chet Holmgren have agreed to a 5-year rookie max extension that could end up reaching up to $250 million. Holmgren is the second Thunder player to get an extension after SGA got his big extension on Tuesday. Tampa Bay Buccaneers star left tackle Tristan Wirfs is going to miss the start of the regular season. He had an off-season knee surgery on his right knee to repair an injury there. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the North.
What's up? What do you guys do? Uh-oh. I got sad soup today. You do this sometimes, you know. You crack the mic and you instantly depress all of us. What's the matter?
I was looking forward to one thing.
What's the matter?
And one thing only today.
Buckley? He's not here. By the way,
things.
Will Ortner in the house.
Yeah.
What's up, Will?
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Sad that I don't have my Clydesdale in
Nothing,
there.
bro.
I've got my my plow donkey over there.
Whoa.
I don't have my Clydesdale.
Call me a jackass?
Well, he's not a Clydesdale. Look at him. He's all skinny. He's a pack mule now.
I feel like you're beefing up though. Are you getting?
Yeah, I
like,
put on. Well, we're doing a thing with creatine, so some water weight's been added.
well, I feel like you're
We're doing
uh-oh.
a thing with some creatine.
Yeah!
It's just
I'm gonna kick your ass.
We're trying to get max numbers up. It's a thing.
got a little.
We're deadlifting again on the road to 550. We're good.
Dork.
Gotta do some maxes. Gotta get my deadlift up. Yeah.
Pretty soon he's gonna be assaulting people in the office.
Bang,
Roy
bang,
rage.
bang. Throw them in the river.
Hey, we
why
need
are
to talk
we-
about that today.
Why we did? We're trying to impress. Is that the Dan? Wasn't it that Lanning that was like, "What do you squat? How much you squat? How much you deadlift?" That's
Wait,
the new.
Lanning asked Will how
he
much
asked you how much you squatted.
He did?
Yeah, you
What
don't
did
remember that?
No, what did I say?
I think you said 5.
He's like 500? No, 5
5
pounds.
Yeah, you asked him
That's
something.
right.
You asked him something about like what?
It was about Twitch, wasn't it?
Twitch. Yes.
Yeah, that's
You asked him what Twitch was, and he's like, "How much you squat?" You're like,
I
"What?"
don't know, Dan.
You not in the 1,000-pound club, bro?
No, bro.
The new bro lift is deadlift, man. Don't you know? All the bros go in and they deadlift.
Sports.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, what were you saying? What's the matter with you?
Oh, well,
Why are you so sad?
I don't have my Clydesdale, and it's that time of year where I don't have a lot to look forward to on the sports calendar.
Aw.
And the Mets got rained out, so
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
They got rained out.
they got
tonight.
rained out.
Well, we were gonna make fun of
So I got a lot of. I got nothing today. What do you want me to watch? You want me to watch Nationals
Royals.
cards? I don't know.
Royals Pirates, dude.
Is Skeens pitching?
Actually, I don't know
Yeah.
who's pitching tonight. But
Just saying. Like when this time of year you look forward to one thing, and then you get hit with a rain out. The Phillies are up 11-0 on the Giants. You want to watch that? You want Rockies Red Sox? Get out of here. I got nothing.
you missed the White Sox Blue Jays today.
Ooh. Oh no. Yeah, the Blue Jays lost for like the first time. They were like 11-game heater, I think.
10-game heater.
10-game heater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they lost.
By the way, the Pirates and Casey isn't for a while. It's ridiculous.
Falter v. Bubich.
That's a vicious cockfight right there. So, I don't know. I guess I can get up at 4 a.m. and watch Wimbledon, as someone said. I haven't watched 1 second of Wimbledon.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't care.
What channel is it on? Is it on ESPN?
Because I haven't watched 1 second of it.
You don't know, do
I
you?
don't have the answer to that question. I wish I did. I mean, I do host a sports show, but remember back in the day when someone would call in and ask like where to watch?
We should take Wimbledon calls.
We'd get an old person would call in and be like, "What time does the Mariner game
Yeah,
start?"
we got that a lot.
Yeah.
So if you were running the board back in the day
Yeah.
on the fan, see now they've been trained not to do this.
Yeah.
But people would call the studio. I don't know how they'd get the number. I guess the old yellow pages.
Something like that. Either that or they. I don't.
Kids, here's a fun fact.
Well, I
There
think
used to be a big book
Yeah.
of yellow business pages
Mhm.
that had advertisements and phone numbers. That's how you would call. That's how you would find a business.
Well-
you couldn't Google. You had to look in the book, and it was a book that was delivered to your. I think this is blowing someone's mind right now.
The giant book.
There used to be a book
Yeah.
that was delivered to your door,
Mhm.
and in it, on the white pages, was everyone's phone number listed in alphabetical order of their surname. Right?
Mhm.
Am I right so far?
You are correct.
So if you wanted to call Jason Sakanik, you would have to wait to get the book delivered, and then you'd look in the S's,
Yeah.
SC, SCU, there's Sakanik, and then it would give
down.
you his little phone number.
That wasn't an issue.
But then what do you mean?
Well, like creeps, man, or like
Oh no, it wasn't an issue.
No.
Not back then.
No,
And then in the yellow pages side was the businesses.
those were the big ads.
And I would imagine we had the fan in there. KFX, call the fan.
Call the fan.
Listen
Yeah.
to your sport. And so it would put the studio number in
Well,
there.
actually, it didn't. You'd call the front desk.
Is that what it was? Oh,
Yeah.
and then Amy would transfer
Yes,
us.
we used to,
That's
believe it or
what it
not,
was.
we used to have a front desk lady.
Yeah, Amy.
who was delightful.
Yeah.
You would call Amy,
Yeah.
and then you'd be like, "Hey, I want the fan," and Amy would forward you on, and then we'd get an old lady that would want to know
Yeah.
what time the Mariner game was on.
Yep.
That
They
was
would
a
ask really random questions.
lot of work. Or someone would call up and ask me what I thought of like a Lions running back. Those
Well,
were the
but that
days.
was okay, but that was on your personal
That was
phone.
a little personal.
You don't have the pleasure of ever having to answer
No, I did not work the board.
the public phone
No.
at the fan.
No.
I did when I used to run the Jim Rome show, and let me tell you something, it was glorious.
Something
It
else.
was glorious. It
was a
kept you
simple-
on your
It was
toes.
a simpler time. It was, you
Or
miss-
or was it more complicated?
no, it was simpler. Those were good times.
I remember the guy calling me once and saying that it's not. He was an English professor at Portland State, and
Mm-hmm.
he said, "Look, I love you, but I gotta talk to you about something." He's like, does not beg. Nothing begs a question.
Yeah.
You raise a question.
Mm.
I'll never forget that.
Really?
To this day, I'm like, I never say begs a question because a lot of people say that.
I
You
begs
raise. People say that begs the question.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He taught me that's not. I don't even know if he's right. I just went with it. He could have been pulling my chain.
That's true.
But now I say that raises a question.
Begs a question would be like, well, begs, could I be pleading with you to, I don't know. I guess that is a weird begs a question as opposed to raise a question.
Anyway,
Yeah.
that's the kind of thing you would
well,
get.
now that's sticking in my head.
Well-
Although I don't really say begs the question.
you don't say it much.
No. But now I will raise a question. I like to raise my hand. I still do that to this day. I'm a hand raiser. I'm a big fan of that. You just
Well, they have an emoji for that now.
yeah, right over here, just hand. And I don't know about you. I do the one finger. That's my question.
Mm.
I don't do the open palm. I don't know about you, but the open palm hand raise makes me uncomfortable. Like, you're at a concert and everyone's doing like the hey. I like to keep it nice and low because if you get an open palm and it raises up a certain level, especially looking the way I look, see, that's problematic.
It's not good.
You just did it.
I know. Well, Elon did it by
Yeah.
accident. My wife did it the other day
Yeah, you
by
can't-
accident.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You do that
Yeah,
by accident
yeah.
sometimes.
Which is why if I'm raising the question,
But now we have to clarify.
and I raise my hand, I like to do the one finger. Excuse me?
Yeah.
Because it eliminates, like, right here versus this. This is bad. It feels better. I like the one finger up.
Yeah. All right.
I think that raises a good question. Even better.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Well, I got no Mets on today, so
I'm sorry that you're sad. Part of today's show will be making fun of Juan Soto.
I don't like that at all.
So I know you wouldn't.
Juan Soto, who's having like the best month in Major League Baseball last 30 days.
Yeah, but he's a douche.
That Juan Soto?
And guess what? I've also learned that, and Buck helped me with this, although he's not here today to talk us through it.
Sure.
I kind of don't like Clayton Kershaw.
What do you know? Oh, is this the
Dude, he's going down. He's starting to be obnoxious.
Is it the church thing?
Well, that's part. I mean, you could be. I don't care that he's churchy.
Yeah.
Although I thought that move was a little douchey,
Mm.
and we can get into that. But it's more of the things that he's been saying recently. He's kind of a douche.
I'm not really familiar. With
I'll familiarize you with it.
That raises a good question.
That's right.
What is he doing that is so douchey? Because I have a positive view.
Seems like a good guy.
Yeah, seems like a good family guy. And
a good guy can be a douche.
That's true.
Look at me.
Mm. Well, I will say that at times when someone goes super wholesome, it could be.
Well, I didn't like. Okay, so just real quick, the Dodgers wore the gay pride rainbow on the LA of their hat one day.
Yes.
On the pitch. That's what they call it. The pitch, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they call it?
On the pitch?
Yeah.
That's the soccer field, but.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
I was just testing your sports knowledge.
Yeah, I know what's up.
I know that it's the field, okay.
Do you?
Baseball field.
Yeah.
And he put a Bible verse.
Yes.
He wrote a Bible verse next to the flag.
Yes.
And it was, because a lot of Christians don't like the gay pride flag.
Yes.
They think it has something to do with a verse in the Bible that the rainbow represents something that they think.
Sure.
Everybody thinks something different.
Yes.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
But I didn't like that he did that because it seems to be taking a giant dump on the gay pride flag. And that sounds, because it comes from the church and he is very Christian, that sounds discriminatory.
Yeah.
It doesn't make him look good.
Yeah.
Even though Christians were applauding him. They're like, yeah, we need more of this. Bleh.
Yeah.
And that's fine too, whatever.
Yeah.
But because they don't view it as discriminatory, but other people do.
Uh-huh.
So here's where we are, this juxtaposition.
Yes.
I just thought it was kind of a douchey thing to do, being a high profile person such as himself. And it's like, dude, come on, support what the Dodgers are doing.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that.
I also think you need to support gay rights.
A lot of people
I get it.
would disagree.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is they don't understand that they look like bigots. Okay, and that's where it starts with Clayton Kershaw.
Sure.
I know this is getting into very deep water here. I can see it in your eyes. You don't want to talk about this
right off the get-go.
I get it, but all I'm saying is that I could overlook. It's like, okay, he's just Christian. Okay, he's stunted.
Yeah.
But what he has said over the last couple of weeks about certain things,
well,
he's
intrigued.
kind of a douche.
I am intrigued because I am not aware. I was aware of the pride thing, which I too find to be in poor taste. But I guess what is it? Be careful what you're going to say because they're not going to listen anyways. You're not changing Clayton Kershaw's mind. And
well, nobody wants to change his mind, but we can call him out for doing something that other people find offensive.
Yeah.
Right?
But
that's fair.
I don't know.
He should be open to that.
Well, I think when you do that, you certainly know that you are going to kick the hornet's nest a little bit. Some NHL players have done this. I think Pavel Bure was one that did it. They refused to come out wearing the jersey, the
and
pride
they got heat for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but to those people, I mean, if you're going to come out and take a stand on what you believe, I can disagree with that. And while I do think it's bigoted, I guess in some ways I can appreciate the fact that you're willing to take a stand and take the heat for what you believe in. I would rather that than someone that is, closeted. At least we know where you're at. Maybe you're starting a discussion with that. So I don't necessarily have a problem with him doing it. I have a problem with his way of thinking. I have a problem that that's necessarily how he's choosing to go about it. But I do respect the fact that he's willing to stand up and I guess say, hey, this is what I believe.
I have a problem with him doing it because basically what he's saying is, I don't like that flag. I like this flag.
Yeah.
Well, how about we can support your flag and you can support that flag?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
So he's saying that's not that flag is no good. I don't want that thrown in my face, but I do want to throw my religion in your face.
Yes.
With this verse. That's bullshit. People don't like that. And it's okay to call them out on that.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm getting all fired up now.
Well, I mean, you're just
What do you think about that, Will?
You're just going down a
High
road.
tea, bro.
You're going down a road that under no circumstances are you going to change.
Well, I'm not trying to change anyone. what I'm trying to do is call them out.
Yeah.
That's my job.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take some creatine, and I'm gonna get into the gym, and I'm gonna go 500, bro.
On the deadlift?
I don't know.
That
What's
might
that
hurt
mean?
your back, dude.
Is that lifting?
You
a
gotta
dead
lift
guy?
with your legs.
What's the deadlift?
We just pick it up off the ground.
Yep, you can do it in front of you. That's a traditional deadlift. If you're soft, you can spread your legs out really far and do a sumo deadlift. And if you want to protect your back,
Soft.
you can do it with a hex bar.
So did you just call all sumo wrestlers soft?
No, I said the sumo stance is soft because it's fake. Because people spread out as far as they can so they don't have to lift up as high.
You're just going to
But wait.
confuse him.
He is very confused.
Well, but isn't that good for sumo wrestling?
It's not.
But it's not a sumo lifters.
It's just
the
that's what
name
they
of
call
the
it
lift.
because your feet are so wide. They call it a sumo deadlift because it looks like you're doing a sumo stance.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is good for sumo,
Yes,
but not for lifting.
well, actually, it is good for lifting because you can lift more.
Protect your back, right?
Look, the only reason anyone deadlifts is because they think it looks cool, but it really has no practical function to it other than
No.
you can put a bunch of weight on there and people think it looks cool.
Yeah, I thought we were over that. Didn't
Uh,
Tom Brady teach us that it's more about plyometrics?
The
Yeah,
deadlift,
no.
again, doesn't serve any real athletic purpose other than it looks cool, which is why all the bros are doing it. And you can do more on the deadlift than you can any other lift.
Okay. Well, we covered a lot of ground.
We have covered a lot of ground.
God,
Talked about God, the gays,
deadlifting,
sumo deadlifting.
Creatine loading,
creatine, crayon-tine.
10 grams a day. Let's go.
God. Where do you want to start? Should we make fun of Soto now?
You want to go there? Look, you just
Yeah.
someone peed in your Cheerios. Is
No.
it because you're going on vacation, so now you're just taking a blowtorch to the whole thing?
Let's go with that.
I like where we're doing it. Let's go.
Yeah. I like where we're doing it too,
I do.
you and I. All right. Well, we'll start with that.
I'm going to go deadlift during the break.
Yeah, maybe not. I also want to ask Will about the because he alluded to it.
Mhm.
Many of our listeners probably missed it,
Yeah.
but he alluded to the viral golf video
Bang.
that's
Yeah.
going around.
Bang!
That's going around.
My bang is more of the Angel Reese videos, but
Yeah.
it's now been hijacked by this.
Well, everyone has their own bang.
yeah. Bang!
Although this will probably be a thing now, won't it?
Yeah.
Bang, bang, bang.
Oh, 100%.
Every time.
The next time a bro is going to get in a fight with someone and he hits
Yeah.
them, I guarantee
Bang.
that bro is going to yell out, bang! That's not even the best part of the video.
No, it's not.
The best part of the video is you're
Well,
off to a
hold
great
on.
start, buddy.
Yeah. We'll we got a lot to cover.
Yeah.
Got a lot to cover. That is, well, let's start somewhere fun next on The Fan.
The Fan
that we had more creatine talk during the break.
Well, and it was between you and Will.
Well, no, he was telling you about 5 or 10 or like, I don't know, something stupid. And then I had to correct him that it's creatine, not creatine. He's calling it creatine.
You were caught up on the wrong part of that conversation.
Well, maybe.
There's health benefits, dude. It's good for
Okay,
you.
but let's call it what it is.
I'm sorry that I have
creatine.
an accent.
That's not an accent.
Everyone has an accent.
It's a Hawkinson accent, he said.
That's not.
Mm.
Let's go to the judge here. The judge being you. Is that an accent, or is he
No,
mispronouncing
You're
the
just
word?
mispronouncing it.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know, dude. Whenever I hear Boston, sounds like that's a accent, but they're mispronouncing
Oh
it.
my god.
What? Well, Boston drops their R's.
Well, they do
but
Harvard.
again, they drop the R. That is a Boston. You doing it on one word. Now, if they dropped the R on like some words and not others, then that's not an accent. You're just being a douche.
I'm just getting it wrong. I'm not allowed to have an accent over here.
You can pronounce it any way you
Yeah,
want.
look, you just mispronounced the word, okay? It's like Washington. That's not an accent.
You just
Willamette.
own it.
Oregon.
Yeah. And
Is
listen,
Oregon an accent?
I'm guessing
That's
that
kind of an accent thing, though.
I'm guessing wherever you're from, you end up with a little bit of a slant to your voice.
Or Oregon.
Yeah. I mean, we always say we don't have an accent, but if you're from the South, I'm sure we have an accent. I'm sure you sound like you're very much from the West Coast. Well, and then you can go to California, and does California have an accent? If you're doing a California surfer, bro.
Well,
it
you
is.
remember we were in Georgia for the Masters, and we sat down at a restaurant. Remember what the server asked where we were from? She said, where are you guys from? We were like, well, what do you think? She goes, L.A.
Yeah.
And she goes, she says L.A., and we were like, well, why do you think that? She goes, your glasses.
Yeah.
Well, all three of us had glasses on.
Yeah.
So she knew we were from the West Coast.
Yeah, it's the West Coast.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Glasses are West Coast only?
Well, dude, it's deep South Georgia, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, they don't see a lot of glasses, apparently, or just people looking like us.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's a
Yeah.
dude,
Really?
it's like another country.
If
down
you've
No, I
ever
care.
lived anywhere that isn't, up here.
there. I
like
think they were
what-
just stylish glasses.
Midwest. You're telling me that if you can't tell people that are from the Midwest? There's a certain way people carry themselves, certain way that people dress. Yeah, the glasses thing, like you said, that's a unique thing that you wouldn't think about. But if you're from a place and everyone that you see that wears glasses is a West Coast person, then stereotypes come from someplace.
We just looked hip.
Yeah, the way you dress.
You all ain't from around here.
Yeah, yeah, that is true.
She was right.
If you spent some time in the South, there is a different dress. That
Oh,
is
dude.
100% correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Good talk. Well, what?
It just made me laugh the way you ended that.
Well, nowhere else to go with it.
Someone said I spent some time in the South. They said my Pacific Northwest accent sounded proper.
Oh.
Very proper. And some of it could be like a socioeconomic thing. Like when we think of like the rich douchebaggy accent, that's not a region. That's a wealth thing. Thurston Hall. It's that named Brat. I mean, that's not a region. That's just that's very hoity-toity.
See, I feel like the proper comment comes from a place of feeling like people out west think they're superior, which many of them do.
Sure. Well, but so do people from the Northeast.
They definitely do.
would say the Northeast has more of a superiority complex than people out west.
You think so?
Yeah. But it's just like if you spent time in the North, like if you're from that area, if you're from like the Philly, Boston, New York, kind of DC, that little ring there is no world outside of that. Like that's the only place that exists. And if you're anywhere from beyond that, when my daughter lived in Chicago, like even they view Chicago as like a crappy hillbilly sort of place because it's not in their little world. So yeah, I think that might be the most elitist place in the country, hands down. And sometimes it's not even like if you're from like South Boston, like what a weird thing to have an elitist attitude. But again, the world begins and ends in their little neighborhood. And I don't think you get that much in the West Coast. I at least from me living out here, I don't catch that. There may be, we're better than you because you're progressive, you're enlightened, you're politics. But I don't think very many people in the West think that the world begins and ends on the West Coast, and they definitely do that in the Northeast.
Well, we had a viral golf video that is great, and you guys need to see it.
It is something else.
When I first watched it, I thought the guy teeing up the ball was the tough guy. Because I had heard tales of a tough guy.
Sure.
What you need to know is that you've got a group playing slow, and the group behind them has a tough guy in it.
Yes.
And they were not happy that the group in front of them was playing slow.
Well, it wasn't just that they were playing slow. The group in front of them was rip-s drunk.
Yeah.
And playing slow.
Well, that's why they were playing slow.
Yes.
It doesn't matter that they're drunk. Be drunk, but just keep up with the group in front of you. Whatever.
It's got to be maddening, though, if someone is playing slow and they can't even tee up a golf ball, which at one point the guy says, he's like, dude, you've been here for 23 minutes on the tee box. You're too drunk to even tee up your ball. I can see where that is. Yeah. That's a bit much.
So you should watch it, and then you see that one of the guys in the group behind the group that is slow has enough, and the guy in the slow group, drunk as a skunk, just starts bowing up.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Like Big Sook on a Saturday night.
He starts clapping his hands and like pounding his chest, and he's like, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
And see, he acted like a tough guy.
Yeah.
Like that to me looks like, oh, this guy's about to kick somebody's ass, because you can't see the other guys on camera.
Yeah.
Well, the other guy's twice his size.
Yeah.
And it just so happens he was an NHL hockey enforcer.
Yeah.
He played for some team in the NHL.
Yeah.
And he kicked some serious ass.
He played for a bunch of teams, and he was a goon in the
He was a
NHL.
goon, which means he just kicks people's asses. That's what he does.
He fought professionally for a living.
So this homeboy goes after him, after the big NHL guy, and I'm guessing you can guess what. Well, I am guessing that you can guess what happens next.
Well,
he gets his ass kicked, and he gets thrown in a pond.
Yeah, well, I will say that it's
great. You guys need to watch
the hockey enforcer. His name was Nick Tarnaski, I believe it was.
You ever heard of him?
No, I did not know who he was, but he played for a handful of teams, and he was an enforcer. Played for the Florida Panthers. I think played for the Canadians for a little bit. But he tells the guy, "You don't want to do this," and his buddy is trying to tell him, dude, you're not a tough guy. Don't do this. And the guy charges him, and he tells him that he's going to throw him into a pond. And sure enough, he throws him into the pond. Like, when someone tells you that they're going to do something and then they do it, that should probably be your sign that fight is over. My man climbs up out of the pond, on all fours, granted, and then proceeds to run to try to fight him again, at which point he does the hockey enforcer thing. So in hockey fights, you can't really punch on your skates, the balance thing. So you reach out and you grab them with your offhand, and you hold them still while you throw the overhand rights. He reaches out, grabs the bro by the polo shirt, and starts delivering hockey punches, and with each one, he's narrating like it's a Batman comic. He's saying bam every time he hits him. He's like, bam, bam. When someone is narrating your ass kicking, again, probably time to just call it. But the dude keeps coming at him over and over and over again.
Yeah, when you're saying bam, bam every time you hit a guy, I feel like you're in a good spot in the fight.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
you're feeling good.
When you're a hockey enforcer, when that was your job, and the dude's half your size and he's drunk and is barely standing, you're not fearful. Like that's child's play.
That's why you shouldn't go after anyone.
No.
Because you never know who the hell can kick your ass.
No.
And I'm talking about bigger guys or smaller guys.
Yeah.
You don't know.
You got to be real careful.
You got to be real careful.
But at some point, when the guy says, I'm going to throw you in the pond, and then throws you in the pond, just be done. But that's the hard part, is then your ego kicks in. And
the best part was, I think the best part, everybody's talking about the pond throw.
Yeah.
I think the best part was the final throw.
Oh yeah, he sends him airborne.
Where he throws at the guy. The guy stays on his feet kinda, but he's stumbling around like he does not know where he is.
No.
And Hockey Bro picks him up and just tosses him on the other side of the cart path.
Well,
and he just rolls like a little roly-poly.
The hockey guy gave him about 3 to 4 opportunities to stop it.
This is great.
My favorite part is after he throws him into the pond, the hockey guy's buddy turns to the bro that got launched into the pond. And he goes, "You're doing great, buddy."
There are a couple guys who just are on the side going, "I want no part of this."
Well, if you've ever had a friend,
smart guys.
Yeah, that would be me.
Yeah.
But I ain't helping your ass.
If you've ever had a friend, well, one guy acts like he's going to intervene, and then he realizes he's going to catch an ass whooping too, and he's like, "Whoa, whoa, hey, ooh, it's not my friend." But if you've ever had a friend that's the tough guy, watching someone pick a fight with your buddy that's like that is the most comical thing in the world. You're like,
'cause
really?
You know what's about to happen.
Like this is what you want to do? You're like, hey, yeah.
Yeah, and that guy knew.
That guy knew.
The guy was that the guy filming?
That was the guy filming.
Yeah, he knew.
He knew.
He was like, dude,
Yeah.
you don't want to do. I think he said it multiple times, didn't he?
Yeah.
You don't want to
Yeah,
do
he
this.
was trying to warn him. Like this doesn't end.
And does
well.
that ever work?
If
Does somebody ever go, oh, okay,
I've seen it.
yeah?
I've seen it work where you can you can sometimes talk someone out of it and be like, look, dude, just save face here. This doesn't go well. But when alcohol's involved like that and the
Oh,
dude's
yeah.
like slapping his chest,
Yeah.
that dude, the fight launch codes had been put in and those missiles weren't being retrieved. Those were already launched.
That must be a maturity thing because I've never seen the, hey, you don't want any part of this. Once the jaw jacking goes back and forth, there's no stopping it. It's only going to get physical.
Well, I
from
think
there.
people do want to get. Well, you're young, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
There are some times when people get into that situation and they really want to be held back.
Yeah.
Like George Brett.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
do the Charles Barkley, tackle him quick,
Yeah.
tackle Shaq
Yeah.
quick,
Yeah.
get him on the ground.
And they're hoping somebody jumps in. They're just buying their time
Yeah.
for someone to jump in front of them
Yeah.
because they don't really want to fight.
No.
That's what's funny.
I've
to me.
told that story with I did that in college. One of my buddies was the scariest human being I've met, and he was bowed up on me, and I didn't want to look like a bitch. So I just grabbed him and hoped that someone would break
Yeah.
it up in time.
Anybody want to step in here?
And that was the best part
Please?
because at the end of it, he came up and I tried to be like, hey, are we cool, man? And he's like, yeah, we're fine. And then he whispered, he kind of quietly said, he goes, I would have killed you, right? I'm like, absolutely. He goes, okay. He just needed me to know
Yeah.
that had that fight would have continued, he would have murdered me. And all I need, I just like, yeah, dude, what? I know.
Well, you have one on the golf guy.
Yeah.
He did not.
No.
He needed to fall into the pond.
Yeah. Yeah.
And take a few to the chin to.
But my favorite part, if you watch that video, is right when he goes in the pond. Hey, you're doing great, buddy.
I think a great.
You're off to a great start.
This is a residual that probably many people don't think about.
Yeah.
What I think is great about it is that dude is now viral.
Yeah.
That will never leave the internet.
No.
Of him getting his ass kicked.
No.
And I'm sure that he has friends that will see that, or people that know him that will see that and go, "Hey, how's your chin, buddy? You know,
How's that
Like-
ass whooping you
like
took?
back in the old days,
Yeah, it just goes away.
it just nobody would have really known. And
No.
let's not talk. You tell your friends, like,
No.
guys, shut the hell up about this. But no,
no.
this will live in infamy
Yeah.
on
This-
YouTube.
This poor bastard, because he will forever be the guy.
But it helps him that the hockey guy was a big stud hockey player. It helps. That helps his case.
Yeah, but at the same time, then it's like you picked a fight with that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a shorter guy, though. Not really shocked.
Who? Which guy?
The guy who gets his butt kicked.
Yeah.
He's
Well-
a shorter guy, usually a little bit angrier.
Yeah, he did seem very angry.
Yeah.
He seemed like a guy who likes to fight.
Clearly, he had never
But he
fought
didn't-
before because that was. Well, I
Well,
don't
he
know.
was housed.
I don't really know what the technique was there, but that's my favorite part is because like I go to two gyms. One is a combat gym and one is a jiu-jitsu gym. And occasionally we do get people that walk into those and they're like, they want to challenge people that do this. And their thing is, I just see red. I have heard that so many times from people that are like, dude, it doesn't matter. When I get angry and I go red, training doesn't matter. And you just laugh and you're like, that's not a thing. And then you watch someone half their size just pick them apart and you're like, oh, yeah. They realize real quick. If someone does that for a living or has done that and you've never done it, it's not going to end well for you. It's just, but people, guys all think inherently, like I've said, what is it? It's driving, barbecuing, and fighting. Every man, even if he's never done any of those, they all think that they can do it. That it's instinctual. It's like, well, I got a penis and a pair of balls, therefore I can grill a perfect steak, and I guarantee I can kick this guy's ass. You're like, that guy fought people for a living for a long time. Like, don't do it.
All right, guys. There's a little viral golf video you should go watch. Coming up next, we have the new #1 podcast platform in the United States. But first, Will with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the Fan, Mariners are looking to even up their series with the Yankees. They need a victory tonight to do so. Cal Raleigh is looking to extend his home run MLB leading tally. He currently sits at 36 home runs. He just broke the record for most home runs before the All-Star break by a Seattle Mariner, passing Ken Griffey Jr., who had 35. First pitch for that game is going to get underway here in about half an hour. MLB officials have announced that the automated ball strike system is coming to the All-Star game next week in Atlanta. Each team is going to be given 2 challenges, and it must be a pitcher, catcher, or hitter that calls for the challenge. Over in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder and their big man Chet Holmgren have agreed to a 5-year rookie max extension. Could end up reaching $250 million. Holmgren is the second Thunder player to get an extension after SGA got his extension on Tuesday. Over in the NFL, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers star left tackle Tristan Wirfs announced today, and the Bucs, that he is expected to miss the start of the regular season because of an off-season knee injury. Wirfs had knee surgery on Tuesday to repair the injury to his right knee. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on
and this radio station that you're listening to right now, it has a YouTube channel. Did you know that?
I did. We're
Yeah.
on there every day.
Every day. And you can go there and you can watch us talk, which to me has always been a wild phenomenon that people do that. But they do.
We were on the TV. We were on Comcast for like 10 years.
Yeah, and if those of you, I mean, maybe you're new to the show. Hell, I had a P1 reach out to me the other day. He goes, my God, I'm down in Corvallis. You guys are on TV here. I didn't know you guys were on TV. I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
we're on
here.
TV.
Yeah.
He was watching us in a bar. Or no, it was an old folks home
Yeah. Back when we were on Comcast,
in Corvallis.
every now and then, like, I'd get a buddy that would go to like a peeler joint, and then like I'd get a photo from like Spice or whatever, and then like we'd be in the corner. For whatever reason, like peeler joints used to play our show because they'd replay our show at night. And so like you could, you'd watch Cinnamon on stage and then like our heads would be floating in the background, which is another one I always thought was very odd. Like, why would you have us on? Like, you can't hear us. There's club music.
People like it, though. And we're on
guess.
CW 3 to 4 every day.
Yeah.
Or most days, right?
Yes, we are. You
Monday
okay?
through Friday.
Monday through Friday.
Anyway,
By the way, I looked up that Nick Tarzansky or whatever, the dude that whooped the drunk golfer's ass. That dude he played 5 NHL seasons. He has 30 points and 297 penalty minutes.
whoa.
So
So there really are guys like that they're out there only to kick someone's ass.
it's getting less and less. Like, he last played in 2010. Hockey doesn't have many of those guys anymore. The game's just too fast, too skilled. But there are tough guys. But the fact that you had 13 goals and you had 297 penalty minutes, you knew what you were there for. And that dip ass picked the wrong.
Well,
Pick a fight with like old Wayne Gretzky. You don't want to pick a fight with that guy.
as someone said online, like online and stuff,
The interwebs.
make sure you let that guy play through.
Yeah.
If he's playing behind you, let him go through.
Well, I remember like I think it was during it might have been during COVID. There was maybe it was during the George Floyd thing, because around the same time, down in New Mexico, there were some people that were getting a little rowdy, and someone was spray painting cars and they were lighting fires or whatever, and bumped into someone and turned around and bowed up like they were going to do something. It was John Jones. And the guy with the spray paint realized it was John Jones and was like, oh,
Hey, love the show. How you doing, Johnny?
Hey, some paint. I was just, But I mean, like, at least that guy realized that it was John Jones. Because maybe, you're in the midst
If he didn't, he would not be alive.
Exactly. You're in the midst of something. You turn around like, bro, you want something? And then an elbow comes out of nowhere. And next thing you know, you're waking up in the hospital. You're like, ah. And then someone has to tell you, dude, what? You're like, hey, what happened? It's like, well, you picked a fight with John Jones.
The wrong guy. The wrong guy.
The wrong guy.
The one wrong guy.
Of all the wrong guys.
He's probably the wrongest.
It's the final boss of wrong guys. And that's the thing. It doesn't take the final boss, but you never know. You never know. So be careful out there, people.
Well, now we've killed another segment. What I was going to tell you is that we have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And you should watch us on there.
Yes.
And even if you don't watch us, you can watch us later. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
And they put videos and cool stuff.
On demand.
Well, I'll tease this for the next segment.
Mhm.
Did you know that YouTube is now the #1 podcast platform in the United States?
I did not know that.
It is.
Everyone's on YouTube now.
Well, they are,
Yeah.
but podcasts, last I checked, was just people talking.
But people like the visual.
They like the video
They
now.
like the
So
visual.
people like to watch other people talk.
Yeah.
Fascinating. We get into it next on The Fan.
Yeah.
YouTube, I'd give you. Well, I think it's like at 1080 the fan. Is that right? Does anybody know?
Yeah, if you just go to YouTube and you search 1080 to the fan, we have our own little page that pops up, and you can watch all the shows.
Well, then you have to subscribe, don't you?
No,
You don't?
you do not.
Okay,
You
great.
should,
But
though.
we want
You
you
should.
to subscribe.
Yeah, you
and
should.
like.
Just subscribe and like.
And then you can be a part of the little, there's a live chat on
Yeah.
there as well.
Yeah.
Here, I'll say hi to the
Yeah.
boys
Who's
right
on
now.
there? Tell us. Give a live YouTube chatter a shout out.
This one says, I think this we're talking about the hockey fight, and he said probably had too much creatine.
That's good. That's a good joke. See,
Yeah.
it's great. It's
Yeah.
fun in there.
Yeah, there
It's
you go.
fun.
So, yeah. Rob should just leave for MSNBC. I think that was over.
What does that mean?
That was the
Oh.
first one.
Oh yeah.
I think they were calling you a woke snowflake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
there you go.
I'll wear that. I'll own that.
Yeah.
Okay. So YouTube, I was teasing this. It is now the #1 podcast platform.
Yeah.
In the United States.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, it surprises me.
Yeah.
Because one, it feels to me like everybody uses Spotify,
Mhm.
and we are obsessed with podcasts now.
Yes. Everybody
And-
has one.
And Spotify, well, everyone has one, and everyone listens to podcasts.
Mhm.
It's just easy, whether it's in your car, or on your walk, or on you exercising, or whatever. People find time to listen to podcasts. I get it all the time from people like, "Oh, what podcast you listen to? Oh, I'm listening to this podcast. Oh, you should check out this podcast."
Yeah.
It's just part of our culture now. And the rise of it was pretty quick, but it's spoken word. It's not video. But I just always, I'm like, if you asked me yesterday before I saw this story,
Mhm.
what is the #1 podcast platform? I'd be like, oh, it's got to be Spotify.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Well, and on
But
Spotify,
it's not. It's YouTube.
But on Spotify, you can. It's the same thing on Spotify. If you have a like a Wi-Fi connection, I don't think it works if you're just doing the. At least on mine, I don't think it works if I'm just using data. But if I'm a Wi-Fi connection, you can, like most of the Spotify podcasters, you can watch too. So it's like whether that's whether you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson or Rogan or Mar or whatever. Those are all visual platforms as well. So even
Yeah.
Spotify does that.
Well, I think the key is that I don't know how many people know that a podcast has a video version. I mean, if you're listening to something on podcasts, you just earbuds. You're not watching. I think that's part of the allure of podcasts is you're doing it while you're listening to it while you're doing something else.
Sure.
You're not captive with your eyes
But
because your eyes are on something else.
I see people a lot of times at the gym though, and they have their phones propped up and they're listening to that while they're doing
Right.
cardio or whatever, and they always have the
Yeah,
video.
people
up as well.
do it. I'm just saying I didn't think it was this popular yet.
Yeah.
I think that's an age thing because everybody that I know, like this is what I do when I'm at the gym. I throw on my podcast, my 1080 The Fan, if I want to
And
listen.
you watch
it's-
it?
No, I just have it on and I listen, and there's a video element. And if I'm taking a rest or something, I might have it on. If I'm in the car, I usually have the YouTube thing on. All my buddies do the same thing.
Watching it.
Right. Half the
Yeah,
well, not while
okay.
you're driving, but yes.
Okay.
It's on in YouTube, and then it'll give you related videos.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how you find new podcasts as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just surprising to me that YouTube is now #1. Maybe I'm just a relic. I didn't know this, but it is #1 by a lot.
Yeah, well, it's amazing how many times my kids will sit and just roam YouTube.
Oh yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
that's a whole nother thing.
that's a whole other
where
thing.
YouTube streaming
Mhm.
has passed Netflix.
Yeah.
So that's two different things. Podcasts, one thing, but total streaming.
Yeah.
It's the #1 platform in that too, and has been for a while. It passed Netflix. There are 150 million U.S. They said in 1 month, 150 million U.S. households watch YouTube on their TV.
Yeah.
Something on YouTube on their TV.
Yeah.
That's almost half of the country, dude.
Yeah.
And DirecTV and like all that. Remember that? Cable, all that. You're looking at 15 to 20 million people.
Yep.
Like it is amazing how quickly the paradigm has shifted.
Well, I remember all those years ago when we started on Comcast, and that was still somewhat relatively new. I mean, like Dan Patrick did this. I mean, he was one of the first ones I remember that broadcast from like a big nice studio. We didn't do that, but I remember when they put us on Comcast all those years ago. I do remember being like, why would anyone watch this? It made no sense to me because but the amount of views and the popularity of it, and you've just seen it kind of grow and grow, and I don't know. I just think there's an entire generation that has been viewed on that is their
Yeah.
that is their television
For sure.
Yeah.
But as an older guy, in the radio business, I can tell you that one of the things that I loved about radio when I first got into it, and I still love about
Theater
radio,
of the mind sort of thing.
is the fact that I can paint a picture in your. I don't want you to see me.
Yeah.
Because the power of radio is painting a picture in your brain and getting you to a place without video is the fun of it.
Sure.
That's the fun of radio. It's
Yeah.
the spoken word, and it's very powerful. So it's kind of weird to me as an old guy now that video is a part of this, but I get it. It's a generational thing. Totally makes sense. But it really kind of started when basically everyone went to Zoom for COVID.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when it started. Because even if you just watch regular cable news, everybody zooms in now.
Yeah.
We forget that did not happen before 2020. As a matter of fact, if that happened, you would be like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
But because everyone was home
Mm-hmm.
for a year and a half, or however long it was, a year, they started bringing people in from their homes. Now it's all you see.
Well, and now
It's a regular occurrence.
Well, even like with, I know a lot of like therapists now do exclusively Zoom.
Well, that's my wife. My wife is a therapist,
Yeah.
and she sees clients only online.
Yeah.
But it's like, and that again boomed during the pandy. But also, back to podcasts, a lot of people were taping podcasts during the pandy, but then because they couldn't go anywhere and they were at home, they also put video to it.
Sure.
And so it's really kind of pandy born.
Sure.
How quickly so many of these
The rise of it.
podcasts have become also video. And like, if you have a podcast now,
You have to almost
you
have.
you have to have the video, because
Yeah.
the one thing that I was reading about with YouTube is people quickly figured out that if you have a podcast and you're trying to make your way up the podcast rankings and get some eyeballs and make some money with it, there is no better platform than YouTube, because you get a share of ad revenue
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Mhm.
That is that's really the scalability of your podcast on YouTube that's the only platform that offers that.
Well, and that's why obviously YouTube has become the #1 platform for podcasters. It's the easiest way to make money.
So now, well, yeah, that's what we're
Yeah.
talking about. So that is why YouTube has become #1 for podcasting.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Well, and that's like any sort of influencer, anyone, Mr. Beast or whatever, they all get big on YouTube because again, it's monetary thing. Number of views you get and then the ads
Well,
you
but I
can
thought
sell.
Mr.
and-
Beast was like a video bit guy.
He is.
He has
but,
a podcast as well.
Well,
he has-
everyone has a podcast.
But he started out doing YouTube videos. I mean, most of the guys that I think really hit it big started with YouTube channels. I think YouTube has embraced that. Was that like I Am Speed and some of these people? I think a lot of those people,
guys are Twitch or Kick.
they're Twitch
So
or Kick.
slightly different, but similar idea. Everything is live stream, but they have YouTube channels and they do YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
The other one that you're seeing a lot too is TikTok. So you can go live on TikTok, and I think their pay is better.
And the other thing too with YouTube is once you go on there, your algorithm
Mhm.
is spitting stuff at you that is similar, and you basically down a rabbit hole instantly.
Yeah.
So you watch Isaac and Suk, and I don't know what populates for a lot of you YouTubers that watch our show, but I'm guessing you could see some other suggestions, on the right where it always suggests what else to watch. There are other shows like ours over there.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you listen to that, and then you're watching that, and then before you know it, that's your thing, and you're on YouTube basically 24 hours a day.
Well, it is weird because some people are saying that they still like, and again, maybe it's a generational thing. Some people like the theater of the mind thing, enjoy watching it on or listening to it on radio, and then some other people like they want that personal connection. I think the idea of seeing someone, I don't know, almost makes it real. And sometimes the spoken word, I think that's the beauty of what we do. I mean, when we started out in this thing 20 plus years ago, we started doing this dumb show. Talk radio was kind of an afterthought. FM radio was king. And we were like, the little engine that no one gave two craps about. Fast forward 20 years, and it's kind of the reverse. You can get music anywhere, but the spoken word, the reason why this has become such a big deal is it's personal, right? You can't get this anywhere else.
We can't duplicate it.
You can't do, yeah.
Well, you
it's-
can't AI our ass.
No, you can't.
I mean, I guess you can.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different ways, like you said, you can consume music, right? If I'm listening, if my favorite band is, whatever, whatever music you listen to, whether that's Taylor Swift or whether that's Metallica or whether that's Kendrick Lamar or whatever platform I'm listening on, it's the same Taylor Swift sounds the same on radio as she does on Spotify or Apple Music or whatever, right? It's all the same. But if you want to listen to Isaac and Suk, or if you like Bussin' with the Boys or whatever, you can't. That's the only place you're going to get that. Like, it is a unique thing each and every day.
I just think the thing that's hard for me to wrap my head around for the youngs like Will is, well, actually it's not hard to understand. It's just not the way it used to be. So, I sound like that old guy. But the idea that us doing us doing this right now,
Mhm.
the idea that we connect better with whoever is watching us
Mhm.
versus who is listening to us, even though we're just sitting here talking.
Sure.
That's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Right. It's like to me, I don't need to see you to connect with your show that is in my ear, in my headphones.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But to the young people and to a lot of people, it is way more engaging for them just to see the person talking. But see, I've always thought that then becomes less about what they're saying. I think it should be about the content of what they're saying, not about what they're wearing or what their set looks like, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that takes some of it away for me. But for most people, that is where they connect more with their favorite podcast, is by seeing it as opposed to just hearing it, which is still kind of foreign to me.
I just think, one, generational, because younger people didn't grow up listening to anything. Everything was watched. And two, I do think that looking at someone, that's why I think having a conversation with someone in person is way better than on the phone.
Well, it's why TV has always been traditionally
Yes.
a more popular platform than radio.
Like, if I wanted to talk to someone, I would not want to have a conversation with someone over a telephone or over even a Zoom. I want it to be the closer you can get to sitting in someone's living room and sitting down face to face with someone.
Yeah.
And I think this is the thing. You can see someone's facial expressions. You can see, are they interested or not? I mean, there's so many. What do they say? I forget the percentage, but there's a huge percentage of communication or conversation that's nonverbal. And I don't know what that number is, but it's quite a bit. And when you're sitting down having a conversation with someone, what they're saying is, it's half of what you're intaking. So when you're watching someone, whether it's on YouTube or however you want to, consume someone, I do think there is an element of watching someone. We have just been trained from an evolutionary standpoint that it's more interesting when I can see where that's coming from. Does that person look interested? Does that person look bored? Do they generally look excited? I think that brings you one step closer to the living room, one step closer to the chair, which is ultimately what this platform is about. Making a personal connection, someone feeling like they know you.
Well, we're leaving, on that note, we're leaving the fan and we're going to YouTube.
Well, we already are.
Oh.
We're right there.
Oh.
I'm literally watching me talk to you.
Are you
right
watching
now.
yourself?
That's weird.
Boy, that is weird.
So sometimes
what are you doing?
Well, sometimes I pull it up just for the YouTube chat, because I try to interact with the YouTube chatters. We have that live chat. But a lot of times I have to pull it down because I find it very weird to have us looking at me. That's a weird thing for me. I struggle with that.
Well, I would say shut it off, but you can't.
Well, no, I'm talking to Fun P right now.
I love Fun P.
And Chris Hill.
All right. Anyway, YouTube, the new #1 podcast platform in the United States.
Yeah.
And it's by a lot, to the point where at the end of this article, they say, I'll just read this to you. It says, Spotify has been the king of podcasts ever since taking the crown from Apple in 2021, but it was dethroned this year as video podcasts exploded in popularity. It did need to study the competition to see the definition of a podcast evolving. Even on Spotify, the number of users watching podcasts almost doubled over the past year. And nearly 2/3 of listeners say they now prefer podcasts with video. So this week, the company took aim at YouTube and revealed its plan to pay hosts for video podcasts and let premium subscribers watch them without ads,
There you go.
calling these changes nothing less than the biggest update to podcasts on Spotify ever.
Yeah, here it comes. If you don't have video, what are you doing?
What are you even
What are the
doing?
troops even fighting for?
It's like being on AM. If you're not on AM, I don't even know what you're doing out there.
Old AM radio.
All right, hour 2 is next. Recruiting is bananas. Example number when we return.
A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, MLB officials are making the announcement that the automated balls and strike system is going to be coming to the All-Star game next week in Atlanta. They've already used this system in spring training and in the minors as well. Each team is going to be given 2 challenges. It must be a pitcher, catcher, or hitter that calls for the challenge. They can retain these challenges if they are successful. Mariners and Yankees, they're getting underway as we speak. Top of the first right now. Cal Raleigh looking to see if he can add on to his home run tally. He's at 36 home runs on the year. That is a Seattle Mariner record. Over in the NFL, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers star left tackle Tristan Wirfs is expected to miss the start of the regular season because of an offseason knee surgery that he ended up having to repair an injury on his right knee. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Nice to have you along. Really is. It's hour 2 of our program. You're not hearing any drops today because my computer's down over here
We're
again.
working one hand tied behind our back.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
And we are all having dumber for wait.
Yes.
And we are all
There's a drop.
Yeah, Will's got the drops.
He does.
A lot of people are saying Will's got diarrhea.
They are not saying Will has diarrhea. They're saying Buck has diarrhea.
But I'm gonna have to put. Yeah, Buck's out today. Did you guys know that?
Yeah, where'd Buckley go?
I don't know.
I'd like to point out that Buck, I'm not going anywhere. I'm tied to this chair. Dude, that guy's gone every other day. Buck
Tell you what.
Buck has no commitment.
Listen, I got something to predict here. Okay, we've
coming
had
hard.
midday Hunger Games
Sure.
going on.
A lot has happened.
You know, this is a very popular radio station.
Yes.
And when a coveted on-air seat opens,
It doesn't happen very often.
it hasn't happened all that often.
No, we've had a lot of stability here.
So when it opens, the sharks they swarm.
Yeah, it got uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, look, it's a competitive market.
Yes.
A lot of guys around here, they wanted Dusty's job when Dusty got promoted to brand manager because he's leaving. If you don't know, he's leaving the Dusty and Danny show. He's now our boss, and Danny's going to get a new co-host. And so a lot of the guys were in on it, and Buck was in on it. And I got to tell you something. Prediction. If that guy doesn't get the midday show, that SOB is out of here. And that's not what
You think he's got one
a
foot out the
lot
door?
of people.
A lot of people
That's
saying Ryan
just
Buckley.
that comes with no information. I haven't talked to him about it.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what the hell's happening with that. But once we know, if that's not Buck,
Yeah.
I bet you that guy's never here. And then before you know it, it's like, hey, whatever happened to that Buck guy?
No one knows.
He doesn't care.
Well, I was just saying, yeah, we gave him a hard time like a month or two ago about being gone so much. And he was like, dude, I'm strapped to this chair. I feel like he's been gone more since he said that than before.
Well, it's summer.
Yeah.
There's a lot of vacation going on
Yeah.
right now.
Well, you're going to San Diego.
Yeah, baby.
You're out of here.
I'm gonna watch me some Pods. Padres Phillies. How good is that?
That's not too shabby.
That's a great series.
Yeah, it is.
Down there at Petco.
Well, later in the I think it's in August, I'm going down to LA for
Did you just one up me again?
Dodgers Padres.
God, you're such a one upper.
Isn't San Diego better than Los Angeles?
What do you mean? Dodgers are in first place.
Yeah, but I'm going to LA to watch Dodgers Padres. You're going to San Diego to watch, well, I guess Phillies Pods. Yeah, that would be.
You one up me, you son of a bitch.
Well, it's not my doing.
You're amazing at that. Yes, it is. You
It's
do that all
not.
the time.
It's not my doing.
Listen.
It's the BTJ. She's demanding to go see Otani.
The only thing better than Padres Dodgers
Mhm.
in LA
Yeah.
is Padres Dodgers in San Diego.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you something.
It's nuts.
Dude, San Diego is nuts for the Padres right now.
yeah.
I mean, it is a thing.
And when
down
LA
there.
comes to town, buckle
Yes.
up. Well,
You sell your tip. My brother has partial season tickets
Yeah.
down there. He lives in San Diego.
Yeah.
And he said, dude, when the Dodgers come to town, you sell them.
Yeah, because
You'll make your whole
Yeah.
your whole year's lot right there.
When we were going, so my gal wanted to see Otani, and so we looked at some of the weekends that she had available to go down, and they're playing back-to-back weeks in San Diego and LA. So originally we thought, well, let's go to San Diego. No offense to Los Angeles, but if you want to go down for a weekend, you go,
LA's fun.
yeah, but you go to San Diego. It's
like
better,
LA.
right? And plus, LA's got some stuff going on right now. We got mounted police, and it's a whole
Yeah,
thing.
maybe you can get in on that.
I go down there and like stomp some heads. Yeah, I'm all right. I don't need to do that. But we looked at the price differential between going to see the Padres Dodgers in LA versus San Diego. It's not even close. You go to LA. The San Diego, the tickets to get in,
Yeah.
just like the worst seat in the house,
It's nuts.
it's freaking nuts.
Yeah.
And you can still get in for a decent price at Chavez Ravine. Petco, So we ended up going to LA instead just because of the ticket prices.
Yet another reason to hate the Dodgers, isn't it? Is that even the people in LA are like, whatever. Yeah. We'll show up in the fourth inning.
Yeah,
I
you're
may or
fine.
may not go. I don't know. I got to go to a party with Martin Scorsese.
Well, Chavez Ravine is kind of a pain in the ass to get to.
It definitely is.
There's one road in and one road out, and
Yeah.
it gets a little bogged down. But, I'm a sucker for old parks. I like tradition. Chavez Ravine is because we give Wrigley and obviously Fenway are the last two cathedrals.
by a lot.
But I mean, it's not even close.
What's the next bet?
It's
Are you
Chav-
going to say Chavez?
It's Chavez Ravine.
I mean, it's nice, but I don't know. It's not Wrigley or Fenway.
It's not Wrigley or Fenway.
I think they do a good job at Chavez Ravine, but the park isn't particularly all that interesting. But it's just the Dodgers brand is big. It's
Yes.
LA. It's sunny. When the sun goes down, you got the palm trees over center field there.
Yes.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
And if you've been to the Dodgers
Many times.
games,
I think it's a great place to see a game.
they do a very good job in the just sort of fan experience there.
Yes, they do.
They actually do a pretty good job with it. But if you just strip away all of that and look at ballpark,
But if you strip away all that, Wrigley Field kind of. I know they've made renovations and stuff.
you
but
got
Wrigley,
the ivy, you got the unique wall, you
Yeah.
got the
all I'm saying is, Chavez Ravine, while it's not Wrigley and it's not Fenway, there is a big giant gap between Chavez Ravine and anything else.
What
It
are
is in
the-
it's in a tier into itself. You got Fenway, you got Wrigley, and then there's Chavez that kind of sits there, and then the rest of them are new ballparks. There's not.
a lot of new ones.
Yeah, well, I think everyone basically has a new ballpark, minus like the crappy Rays.
I'm pulling up a list here.
But I think everything else has a somewhat new park, and like T-Mobile isn't new, but it's not. I mean, God, that thing opened in what, the 90s, so that thing's been around a long time. But it is. I consider new parks like when
Ooh.
they did.
Wow.
When they did Baltimore, why can't it Camden Yards, right? And they went to that retro, that changed ballparks forever. So many parks were built on kind of that platform and had that look about them. And so almost everything is new since then. In fact, I'm guessing the only three ballparks that are still standing, you probably have, well, you have the three old ones. I bet Busch has been there for forever.
Well, I think
Kauffman.
Busch got renovated.
Yeah, it got renovated, but it's
I
been
don't-
there a long time.
Let's see when that was built. I'm still scrolling. to
Because
find it.
Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City's been there for
Okay, so so Fenway is the oldest Major League Baseball stadium.
yes.
It was built in 1912.
Yeah.
Wrigley is the second oldest, built in 1914.
And as much as I love Wrigley, my daughter went to school in Chicago, been there many times. The best ballpark experience is Fenway.
Fenway is greater than Wrigley, in my opinion, as well.
Yes.
Now, do you know what the third oldest stadium is?
The third oldest stadium. It might be Chavez Ravine.
It is Dodger Stadium, 1962.
Okay.
So that is Chavez Ravine.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah.
Angels Stadium, 1966, is the fourth oldest ballpark. And that place,
That's
there's nothing special about that.
It's got
at
that
all.
stupid rock wall, but
And that's out in the middle of like. I think the rock wall's stupid. It looks fake.
yeah, it does.
Well, is it fake?
I think it's fake. I don't
It
think
looks
that's real.
fake.
I didn't know that. See, the Dodger one makes sense because I know we were talking about that. I kind of took a guess. I would have never guessed that Angel Stadium was that old. So it's only what, 4 years different between that
Yeah.
and Dodger Stadium?
Fun fact about Dodger Stadium: Michael Jackson, the Beatles, and the Rolling Stones have all played concerts there.
Oh, see?
Pretty
There's-
good little lineup.
I'm guessing Kaufman has to be right
So
there, right?
Kaufman is 5th oldest,
Wait,
built in 1973.
So what do we have?
After that, you got Rogers Center in Toronto, built in 1989.
Oh, get the hell out of town.
Then
Skydome?
Then you have Rate Field White Sox, 1991. That place sucks. I've been there. Or then you have Oriole Park at Camden Yards, which was built in 1992, and that does, as you mentioned, that is
Ushers
kind
in.
of the marker for the
Yeah.
newest ballparks.
Yeah.
But that was still 1992. It doesn't feel new now,
No.
but back then it was, and everything is new since. You have Guardians built theirs in 1994, Coors Field 95, Trop 1998, Chase Field 1998, Seattle 1999, and so on.
Well, when Camden Yards got built, and it was, you could make the argument it was the first work of art ballpark. It was about more than just a baseball field. It blended in, and they used the warehouse like in the background, and it was, I don't know, there was a nostalgia feel to it. And when's the last time? Because there were a lot of bad stadiums back in the day. If you look at some of the old photos and stuff, there were some real pieces of crap. When's the last time that you built a ballpark that was kind of panned? Miami gets it, the Marlins. People crap on that one. But outside of that, most of the time you build this, I mean, you are now hiring major architect firms. You're doing millions of dollars worth of planning, and these things are becoming crown jewels of cities. And when done right, I mean, they're masterpieces. And I think Camden Yards is the one that started all that.
Do you care to get? So we've only had one new stadium in the last 7 years. Did you know that?
The Rangers just opened theirs.
2020.
Okay.
Before that, Atlanta.
Oh, I was going to say Miami, maybe.
And before that was Miami.
Okay.
And before that was Minnesota. So we've really, we've kind of had a boom there.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of slowed down.
Well, because everyone's got newer parks.
I don't know who's next.
Although the what is it, Globe Life in Texas?
I don't know what they call it.
The old stadium was still being paid off when they built the new one.
Oh yeah.
They built the new
They didn't
one.
need a new one. They just wanted it.
They just wanted a new one. Well, and I guess the new one will be not Sacramento, but Vegas.
They did build a new Busch. Busch was 2006.
Okay, so that is not the old Busch.
No, I thought maybe they built it across the street or something, but I thought they just renovated Busch, but I was wrong. They built a new one.
Yeah, I guess I'm reading about it now. Yeah, I thought Busch was older than that, but turns out no.
The old Busch was.
The old Busch was.
They built a new one.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, in Kansas City, is getting a new one. They're moving from Kaufman. So there you go.
Yeah.
They just approved it, right? The Chiefs and the Royals.
I'll believe it when I see it, but yeah,
Well,
it's been a big long fight there. But
Yeah, but I thought it just got.
well, again,
okay.
you know how these things go.
Sure.
There are stages of approvals, and
Yeah.
then something falls through. I mean, hell, the Rays thought they were having the Rays were getting ready to start building a new park.
Yeah.
And a hurricane changed everything.
Yeah.
And now they're selling. So it's like,
Yeah. Who knows what's
you
going to happen?
just never
there.
know.
Yeah.
These things get real political.
Mhm.
And who loves that, Jace? Not this guy.
Well, and it's a community down there that it's anything that gets done in Florida with sports is a mess. When's the last time, again, a Florida team got an easy path to a stadium? And you can go to college. The Miami Hurricanes and the Orange Bowl and all that was a disaster.
Didn't the Marlins just like rip everyone off and build one?
Yeah, they lied and
That was pretty easy.
and
for
they
them.
basically bribed commissioners. They didn't even put it to a vote. There was like a city commission or whatever that pushed it through. And dude, that thing is a disaster. Like everyone down in Miami-Dade County is pissed off about that. I mean, they stole billions of dollars from the people.
All right, well, there's hot ballpark talk for you guys out
And
there.
maybe we'll get one in Portland.
Hey, wouldn't that be something?
Well,
I know where I'd put it.
Well, I think they know too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Baseball stadiums are the most unique sports structure, and it's not even close. And when done right, again, crown jewel of a city.
Coming up next, recruiting is wild on the Fan.
Thank
Coming up next on In the News, what the ODOT layoffs will mean. I'm guessing probably more potholes.
Can you get more potholes?
Yeah, I think you can.
Am I the only one that thinks that we've had like a 900% increase in potholes?
No, you're not the only one.
Yeah.
But does it bother you when you're driving? Well, you live in Vancouver, so I'm sure your streets are better than ours. But when you live in Portland proper, it's Thunderdome out there.
Yeah.
There's no sidewalk. It's a very strange, but kind of cool, but strange area to navigate in most part. A lot of parts of Portland.
Yes.
Does it bother you or would it bother you if you saw that right in front of your house there is a huge, like the cement has just been washed away?
Yeah.
By, well, Portland.
Weather. Yes.
Yeah, whatever. I basically have one giant pothole the length of my house outside of the front of my house. Okay. And it drives me nuts. I hate it because what ends up happening is, as we live kind of towards the base of a hill, water starts rushing down when it rains really hard and it gets into that and it's just like a river, and sometimes it diverts through my front yard, which pisses me off.
Yes.
And I feel like if they would just come by and just patch it up.
Yeah.
It's very simple. You see them do it all the time.
Yeah.
Hell, Antifa was doing it at one point. Then that would solve a problem. And I know that people will say, "Oh, there's a website you can go to and tell them about it." I've done that a million times. They won't come out and do it. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Probably because it's a small side street. Does it bother you, or would it bother you when you drive down a street adjacent to yours and you see all the potholes filled? Because that pisses me off.
So again, it's not that you have it so bad; it's that someone else has it so much.
Well, it's that
better.
they're clearly fixing them. I've told them about a major one, although it's probably not major to them.
Yeah.
And yet I'm ignored.
Well,
and my neighbors are not.
I will tell you that side streets in Vancouver aren't any better. When I ride, because
Really?
well, I ride my bike and I try to stay off of.
Do you have sidewalks and stuff?
There's a sidewalk on one side of most of them, but
Well,
the other side.
that's instantly better.
Yes, so we do have a sidewalk, but when I ride my bike, I'm not on a sidewalk, right? And I will say that the back roads in Vancouver, because I try to stay off the main roads because I don't want to get hit by a car, they are horrific. Even my street. I mean, I live in a very, I don't know, the definition of suburb, and it's an old folks suburb. The road that I live on, you really can't find a single stretch of smooth road. There's a million cracks, all kinds of. You have to be very careful when riding on.
Ooh, let's play the new fun game. Who has the worst road?
We should. I'll take a photo.
Yeah, I got some photos for you.
Yeah, mine is definitely. It's sketchy, and I catch a lot of flats too, and it does piss me off. This same argument, I have all the time in Vancouver, so it's not just Portland.
So a couple of good suggestions coming on the text line. One guy says paint a giant ween on the pothole, and they'll come patch it ASAP. Cheaper to patch it than to erase spray paint.
I like where we're going with that.
Another guy says just plant a shrubbery in the pothole. They'll take care of it then. I might have to resort to these tactics.
Yeah. Well, I told you I hit a pothole over there. There's one from our, and I'm not exactly sure what road it is. I think it's like 3rd. It's on the way like where we're going to the Keller Auditorium. In fact, you dropped me off at the Keller once, and I showed you the pothole.
We did a whole segment on it.
That freaking thing, that I had to get 2 new tires because of that damn pothole. That thing, I'm guessing that one pothole over there, roughly around 3rd and whatever, over by the Keller. I'm guessing that pothole has claimed so many tires that thing is like the Widowmaker. It's like 3 feet deep. When you go over that, unless you have a big giant SUV, your car is screwed. And it's been there, by the way, for like 11 months. You would think that would be something the city would address. Nay.
They still haven't?
They still haven't done it.
Okay. Well, it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
That was all a tease to tell you that ODOT's laying off like 8 million people. So, and one of their employees came out and said, well, here's what that will mean.
Yeah.
Because she works in there.
It's getting worse.
And she's telling you, look, it's already hard enough.
Yeah.
Here are things you don't think about that we do.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that in the club, in the news next. But
My other big road complaint is, and because I don't ride my bike in Portland that much. Why can't we, when we have bike lanes in Vancouver, why are they all filled with nothing but broken glass? Can we not Is there not a way that we can sweep that up? Like, I would assume that when the bike lane is there, it's for people that are riding bicycles. And I'm not sure if you're aware of what giant shards of broken glass everywhere due to bike tires, but it's not good.
Yeah.
And I feel like in Vancouver, we do nothing, absolutely nothing to clean those.
Yeah, well, I think Portland's probably worse. I'm not trying to one-up you like you do.
Yeah.
But
It's possible.
if you say something to me is bad in Vancouver,
That means it's worse
I
in
will
Portland.
tell you right now. I would bet right now, it's worse in Portland.
Yeah. As someone says,
And I may be wrong.
we just need Buckley's wife on this.
Yes.
That's what you need.
Yes.
You need Mrs. Buckley.
Yep.
Because she won't stand for this horse crap.
Yeah, you call her a Karen.
Yeah. Well, look.
I don't think she likes that.
Well, if the shoe fits, Mrs. Buckley seems like the sort of type that she will not take a pothole in front of her house. She's not going to take that quietly.
I saw a real Karen in the wild the other day, and it was great.
Yeah.
It was 4th of July, and, we were in Rockaway Beach.
Yeah.
And there is beach access right next to the house we were staying in, our friend's house.
Mm-hmm.
And so beach access on 4th of July,
Yeah.
people want to park where they
Absolutely.
shouldn't park.
100%.
And one of those places is this buddy of mine's driveway.
Mhm.
And so they go as far, the city goes as far, or the town goes as far as to put a parking guard out there. So he is sitting in he is hired.
That's what he's doing.
He is sitting in a
Yeah.
truck to police, because it's Thunderdome.
Yes.
Otherwise, you have to have this.
Gotta have it.
You can't just put out a cone.
Yeah.
People don't care. They'll drive right over
People
your
do not
cone.
respect the cone. I'll tell you that right now.
And dude, this woman, and I swear to God, she was straight out of the Karen Central casting. She had the haircut and everything,
Yeah.
and kind of fat. And she was out there, and her hands, well, what? Her hands were on her hips, and she was looking at this guy, and she was going, well, this is public property. We can park here. And then she was drawing a line with her hand
the imaginary line.
in the gravel.
Yeah.
She's like, this is public here. We should park here. She could not wrap it around her pea brain that it doesn't work that way.
When Karen gets an idea in her head,
Boy, she was pissed.
You're not changing that.
I just couldn't believe. I was like, man, Karen really is. It's
And
like
look,
right there.
I'm not calling Mrs. Buckley a Karen. I'm stopping short. I just know over the years from dealing with Buckley, he's terrified of her. 100%. There is, whenever you talk to Buckley, there is real fear in his eyes and in his voice. And she just seems like the sort of type that you don't want on your bad side. Now, does that make her a Karen?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not here to judge that. I'm just
What
saying.
is the definition of a Karen?
Well, a Karen is an irrational bitch.
Okay, well, I don't think Mrs. Buckley's
No,
irrational.
no.
I just think she's kind of a pit bull.
She's assertive.
She's tough.
Yes.
And if she wants something for her family or her kids,
Yes.
she's going to get it.
Well, we all, in some ways, when you're in a relationship, you do have to respect the other person, right? There's always that, hey, I got to check with the missus or whatever. With Buckley, there is I don't need to check. I know what the answer is. And like I said, there's some fear. Like occasionally, like you'll ask Buck, like, hey, do you want to do something? And you can see the look where he knows he wants to do it, but he can't. And he lets you know, and he just has that fearful stare because there's consequences to
Yeah.
it. And that's
gonna let him have.
And that's Mrs. Buckley.
She's tough.
Yes.
She's not a Karen.
No.
You're mean. You're too mean to her.
I never called her a Karen.
Yeah, I think you did.
I did not.
I think you did.
I've never once said that.
By the way, a texter says, I don't want them to fix that pothole by the Keller because I use that as a landmark for out-of-town guests.
100%. You're going to take a left at the pot. Now look out, because if you go over it, you're going to need some new tires.
You're going to take a left at the pothole and a right when you see the guy peeing on the corner of 4th and Alder.
When I took my car in,
That's just Dave. He's armless.
when I went over that pothole, my front tire developed a zit. I don't know if you ever had this. I didn't know this could happen. Your tire, there's a huge bulge on the side of your tire. And I looked down at that thing, I'm like, what is that?
Sure, it wasn't just excited to see you.
Yeah, it could have been.
Hey now.
It was a bulge. And I took it into the dealership and I was like, I don't know what this is. And the guy's like, oh, he goes, yeah, that's a new tire. And he's like, what happened? And I was like, freaking hit a pothole over by the Keller. And the best part is the guy at the dealership started laughing. He goes, oh, I know that one. I was like, oh, he goes, yeah, I see that one.
Well, didn't Willamette Week rank the top potholes in town? at one time. I think they did a top 10.
Tell me that one's not number. I call it the freaking Widowmaker. It's like running over a snapping turtle.
It is definitely a big one. It's almost like a sinkhole.
Yes.
But they just leave it.
Well, apparently your tire can get a zit or an erection, but just know that if you go over that and then you look down at your tire and there's a big giant bump in it, apparently don't drive on that.
All right, guys. Well, I have recruiting news. We'll have to get to that later. We must move now to more pothole talk because ODOT lady is going to tell us ODOT lady is going to tell us what the ODOT layoffs will mean for us. Next on In the News, here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, rough first inning for the Mariners. They gave up 3 runs to the Yankees. Bellinger had a single that got a run in. Stanton had a single that got a run in, and Jazz Chisholm got a fielder's choice that got a run in. Right now, the Yankees are up 3-0 there. It's going in to the bottom of the second. Over in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder and their big man Chet Holmgren have agreed to a 5-year rookie max extension. Could end up being worth $250 million. Holmgren is the second player of the Thunder this offseason to get an extension right after SGA got his on Tuesday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic
cut out for that brand manager gig.
Came and did it
He
again.
fixed my computer again.
Dude, you realize
That's twice.
that in the last hour you've been baffled by YouTube and you said at
I
least
know.
6 different times, maybe I'm the old guy, and now you can't fix a computer and Fan Man has had to come in and fix it.
I know.
You're talking about potholes. You're like literally becoming 1,000 years old before our very eyes.
It's rough. Although you've accused me of that long before this.
That is true.
So therefore,
Well,
I don't think that any of that should surprise you.
you don't like to be out of your house after like 9:30 and you wear black socks and you watch the Golf Channel. I mean, it's
Well, I don't wear black socks, but I do watch the Golf Channel.
it's trending in that direction.
Guilty.
Sit around and watch the Golf Channel.
I love the Golf Channel.
Do you-
Actually, not really.
Oh, thank
They have a
God.
lot of really crappy programming on there. I have a lot of ideas in my head on how they could make it better, but no one cares.
That's your next career.
Yeah,
You're
go to the
just-
Golf Channel. But
Oh, I was just saying, I think you're just going to
Oh.
send in creepy letters to the Golf Channel about how their programming can be better.
oh no, I don't. No, I mean, if I got a job there, I think I could help them with some good ideas.
Just spruce it up a little bit.
That being said, there's no way I can penetrate the entire boring ass cob up the butt golf world. It's not working. It's not going to happen.
well, it's
You know what I'm saying?
It's becoming a little more hip, right?
No, I don't
like,
think it
Will
is.
was
It's
saying that he
becoming more
watches like YouTube Golf Bros.
Yeah,
Really?
YouTube Golf Bros are big. You're not watching the
Well,
Internet
okay.
Classic, Internet Invitational?
Well, that would be part of what would be fun about adding things like that to the Golf Channel. But you think the Golf Channel's going to have that? You think
They-
PGA Tour's going to have that? I
they-
don't think so, pal.
They work with some of the guys. Not all of them. Like, they're
Alright.
not working with Fat Perez, but they'll work with Horvat.
Fat Perez?
You would love Fat Perez, dude. He's fat. Kind of looks like,
Pat Perez?
yeah.
Does Pat Perez know that Fat Perez exists?
He's got to be aware.
I would
Fat
assume.
Perez is a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would that be cool to you if, like, there was a Souk impersonator out there that, that, I don't know, was maybe more popular than you? Because I think Fat Perez sounds more popular than Pat Perez.
With the Youngs, for
Would that
sure.
bother you, or would that be a flatter?
I don't
Flattering?
think that's probably a flatter. Yeah, I
Flattering?
would see that's a flatter thing, right?
Yeah.
There's a guy running around on YouTube called Fat Souk.
And he's just doing bits, and everybody loves him. And then meanwhile, oh yeah, Souk's he's all right. He's all right.
He is quite fat. I mean, bold. I mean, they're
Fat Perez.
boy.
Ah.
I'll tell you what. Fat Perez is like that's a whole level because Pat Perez is a girthy individual, but Fat Perez,
He's really good at golf, too. He's the best of the Bob Does Sports crew.
Bob Does Sports.
Yeah, they're big Internet golf bros.
All right. It is July 9, 2025. It's time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. Today is Fashion Day.
oh, there you go. High fashion and Isaac Robb, hand in hand.
I think that's right. It is also National No Bra Day.
Well, there you go.
So
Again,
I am not wearing a bra.
yeah, let them fly.
Thank you. I actually did see a woman walking her dog today with that. And she, that in that style.
Just swinging a little bit.
Yeah, and she had the under, what they call it, the under boob or whatever, Like
Oh.
yeah.
He's wearing like a half shirt.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You want to tell me where that was so that I know to not
Selwood.
go over there? Well, I'll tell you what. If you want to talk about something that you will never see in my neighborhood,
That.
I also like to point out there's something that you would never want to see in my neighborhood is that. The average age of my neighborhood's like 68 years old. Like, I see Richard Simmons lady every day, and I'll tell you what, if I saw Richard Simmons lady wearing a half shirt with no bra, I think I might go blind. I'm not prepared for that.
Well, I teased by saying we've got a woman who is going to be laid off at ODOT, or maybe has already been informed that she will be laid off
Yeah.
at ODOT, Oregon Department of Transportation, for those that aren't following. They're having a bunch of layoff, like over 500 ODOT employees are being.
Is there anyone
Cut.
who's not laying people off right now? Nike's laying
Odyssey.
off a bunch of people, and hey, we're
Odyssey's
hiring.
not.
Yeah, we're hiring people.
No, dude, we were pioneers. We fired them a long time ago. We have no one left to cut.
It's lean and mean here, baby.
What was I going to tell you? Oh,
The ODOT. What's
Yeah.
happening with ODOT?
An Odyssey station.
well, okay, so this is because the stupid politician people down in Salem could not get their act together on the transportation bill.
Mm-hmm.
So hundreds of ODOT workers are being laid off. They have been notified. The notices went out on Monday. Up to 200 additional layoffs are expected in early 2026. And that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
And you may go, well, I didn't know ODOT had that many people. But if you think about it, I mean, a lot of roads.
Sure.
Big state.
Yeah. I just add it to the rest of the crumbling infrastructure that we have.
Exactly.
And call it good.
Well, that's what this woman is saying. So her name is Sharon Helms. She is a part-time ODOT employee, and she is one of the workers affected here. Several of her colleagues have also been laid off. And she says that her husband is the only one remaining at the spray maintenance station. Okay?
You want to tell me what?
Well, like
spray-
how they spray the street, they spray the paint lines,
Oh, okay.
I would imagine. And she says, what can one man do? All he can do is kick rocks off the road and maybe remove dead wildlife. He can't, jump in the loader and clean ditches. Helms said the loss of crew members makes even basic maintenance jobs nearly impossible. Because when these roads start falling apart, we're the maintenance. We put Band-Aids on it and try to keep them at least halfway decent. The layoffs raise concerns about how Oregon will maintain its roads and respond to emergencies, especially in rural communities where crews are already stretched thin. Tasks like ditch cleaning and clearing, road paving, traffic management, and wildlife response often require teams of workers. And she said, when they left one man at the spray shop, I don't think anybody was thinking very clearly. Consequences to essential transportation services are imminent across the state, says No Toll Tina. This is not business as usual. These layoffs constitute an emergency in Oregon's transportation system that will hurt every part of Oregon.
Yeah.
That's No Toll Tina saying that.
Well, I looked this up. Do you know how much ODOT was off on its budget?
How much they were over budget?
Yeah, they thought they had forecasted X and they ended up with Y.
Well, can you give me the X number?
No, this was just.
Or give me the Y number.
It said the Oregon Department of Transportation is adding another item to the state's ongoing list of budget problems, and this is what they were off by. They thought they needed this to run it, and they came.
Okay,
up
I'm going to
short.
say 125 million.
Starts with a 1. But
1 billion?
$1 billion. They were $1 billion off.
Wow.
This is the problem that I have with when I read these sorts of stories. Like, my heart goes out to people that are losing their job, and our roads suck as it is, and that's not good for anybody. But like when she says that there's one guy left spraying, that you can't do that. But I think we've also all seen the road crew out there where there's like 17 of them and one of them's doing anything. There has to be a middle ground. Like, if you told me we were 125 million short, I'd be like, all right, that's a big thing, right? How can we make this work? But when you're $1 billion off, someone's head is planted firmly up their ass. We can't find a middle ground there. We can't find a way to do it to where we're getting that a little closer. $1 billion? How do you miss by $1 billion? That leads me to believe that this is more mismanagement than it is, again, a lack of funds.
By the way, corrected by Texter, the Tex Police have called me on, and they are correct. Spray is a town.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I just assumed that meant
Yeah.
the Spray team.
I had no idea.
But in the town of Spray, Oregon, there is one maintenance worker left on ODOT. One guy.
Ooh, well. Yeah, the ODOT assistant director had to go before lawmakers and explain how they thought they had an extra $1 billion more than they actually did.
So let's play the new fun game of what happened to the $1 billion. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean that it was taken and siphoned off for something else? Does that mean that they are so bad at budgeting that they lost $1 billion? Does that mean someone stole it? What does that mean?
They missed their forecast. They thought they had a budget of $5.9 billion, but $1.1 billion of that they had not received, and I guess they're not going to receive. So they had budgeted 5.9, and then they're like, oops.
Well, is some of that maybe due to the feds not giving them as much money, like the government?
It sounds like some of this is involved in federal.
Because there have been a lot of cuts.
$1.1 billion?
All right, we got a break.
Well, either way, that pothole ain't getting fixed. And if you live in Spray, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Or that guy's going to be a freaking hero out there.
It's a one-man gang out there.
Okay, a reminder, you don't have to feed the Portland parking meters until 10 p.m. That's next on The Fan. What? Hi.
Again, I got down a rabbit hole reading about ODOT.
Uh-oh.
Well, this is the stuff that pisses me off. Because I don't
This
want,
is in the news July 9th,
yeah,
2020.
I don't want anyone to lose their job, and it sucks that the rest of us are going to have to deal with now, like, even crappier roads and projects not getting done. And then they always like, well, we don't have the money. And so, like, I just started Googling, like, ODOT, like, what happened. Like, there was the Abernathy Bridge project that was out in West Lynn. So it's supposed to be completed in the fall of 2026. So they've kind of pushed it back a little bit. Would you care to guess a percent increase for what they had budgeted versus what it's going to cost? Was it 10% more, 20% more?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it.
Yeah, give me a little shot in the dark.
212%.
That would be 300%. They were off by 3. How are you off by 300%? How? This is what makes me not feel bad.
What?
For ODOT. Like the 205, or not the 205, but the I-5 bridge crossing, that thing was originally slated, it was like $2.5 billion. It's now over 7. You're $5 billion?
What?
I don't get it. So either you are the worst planners in the history of mankind, or everyone is just taking a piece of the pie that they shouldn't be taking.
Thanks a lot, Obama.
$815 million now for the bridge. And they're
You know what, though?
They're like, the cost overrun. I don't know what to tell you.
Do you know what the best part is?
What?
Seeing all the people that will be held accountable. Oh, wait.
No, nothing. Yeah, this was like, I was reading in the Willamette Week where they had to go before Oregon lawmakers and explain what happened, and they're like,
I can't really tell you.
yeah, just whoops.
Well, in other transportation news, because the funding sitch is so, I don't know, up in the air, when you next drive downtown, parking will be 20% more expensive. We talked about that to you
Can't wait.
a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So access. So the city's 5 parking districts, an hour on the street will cost 60 cents more, and downtown parking will increase to $3 an hour. But also, you need to remember that you will have to pay the meter up to 10 p.m. instead of 7. Yeah, it's always been 7.
Yeah.
They're now cranking those bitches to 10.
And my guess is they're going to really enforce the 7 to 10 because they're going to get some people.
Yeah, they will. They'll make a example out of you. Scofflaw.
Got to pay for that bridge overrun, right? Got to make that up somehow.
Well, I think now we need to go. This show needs to last until 10 because one of the cool things about getting off at 7 is that when we go downtown, we don't have to pay for parking after the show.
Yes.
But now we do.
Well,
So I guess that means 3 extra hours.
Yeah.
With
I will
radio.
say that is kind of nice when you hit a bar or you go down to the Keller or whatever. Hey, it's just street parking, whatever. Or really that really starts around 6:30. You're like, it's close. They're not going to catch me. But now at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Just
Well, at least Parking Kitty makes it easy because you don't have to go back out and feed the meter.
yeah.
You can just do it on your phone.
Yeah.
But then you get drunk. And you're like,
I've done that before.
Yeah,
You kind of forget.
you forget.
You look down at it. And then as you're walking to your car, it's like your own little Russian roulette. You're like, come on, no ticket, no ticket, no ticket.
And
no
then you
ticket.
see that wiper blade and you
Yeah,
don't
you're
see
like,
yellow.
The worst though is when you see like someone's put a flyer on your car. You're like, son of, and you're like, wait, that's a flyer. Like, woo! So parking tickets aren't cheap, man. They're like $60.
You know my theory. I think it's worth rolling the dice. There's not a lot of. They fired all the. Like, what are they?
There's no one to
There's
enforce?
no one to enforce it. I think you're fine. Just look around. Just make sure. You know? Man. What a day.
Well, ODOT probably that doesn't have anything to do with the parking.
No,
does
it doesn't. That'd be city.
What, didn't we slash that budget too?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
I like where this is going. Good luck catching me. Got to make up for that $1.1 billion oops.
That is your In the News for July 9, 2025. The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Coming up next, I must admit defeat on a sports subject.
Really?
Yeah. And that's very rare.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I don't lose often.
well, you're very rarely wrong. I mean,
So that's what I mean.
you're a beacon of the sports community.
That will be next on The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Mariners are closing the gap right now in the Bronx. You had a home run from J.P. Crawford in the top of the third and a home run from Jorge Polanco in the top of the fourth. Mariners now trail the Yankees 4-2. They just grounded out to end the top half of the fourth, going into the bottom half. Yankees back up at the dish. Some other games going on in the MLB right now. A couple that went final as well. Phillies were able to take care of business in San Francisco. They had a big victory, 13-0, 17 hits in that one. Kyle Schwarber went yard. Tampa Bay Rays were able to get a victory against the Detroit Tigers on the road. They won that game 7-3. Tigers Going to have to wait another day to see if they can become the first team in the MLB to get to 60 wins. Mets-Orioles ended up being postponed. That game is going to get made up tomorrow. Looks like they might have a doubleheader over there. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time, Tuesdays.
Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice, juicy, buttery little Wednesday. It is your Sports Bros. I'm Rob. Big Six right over there. Look at him.
So much going on in the world of sports.
No, there isn't.
No. Chet Holmgren got paid. Does that do anything for you?
No, it doesn't. There isn't much going on. But our old boss, the mustache, Jack Hutchinson, used to always say, there is always something going on in sports. And while technically true, I will say, as a sports radio host for the better part of the last 20 years, and I'm guessing you will agree with me as we have been alongside one another that whole time.
Yes.
This is one of the slowest summers I have ever experienced.
Yeah, we need some sort of scandal. Normally there's something good that happens, like some athlete, gets arrested or...
Well, there was the one magical summer where, and I forget what year it was, but the Tim Donaghy betting scandal happened.
Yeah.
But also Mike Vick. The dogfighting thing, that happened all like in the same time frame.
Yeah,
that
we're sitting around like all of a sudden it was like, what?
Dude, our shows were done for like 2 months. It was great.
Tim Donaghy, react. Now we got Angel Reese on the cover of an NBA video game and people freaking out about it.
It's crazy.
Like, what?
It's crazy. But that's also fun for us because we get to do things that,
Yeah, you get hot ODOT talk.
Exactly. I also have, I want to tell you that coming up later on our show, I have more on Lake Oswego versus us Poors.
Ooh, I do like that.
It's so funny. Yeah. This whole bit is just really funny.
Someone needs to organize the Lake Oswego Caddy Day. I mean, we really need to make it happen this summer.
Well, there's one guy that ain't having that.
And nope.
I will tell you who that is coming up in the club. I tease this by saying that I have to take an L on a subject.
Yeah, talk to me.
A sports subject.
For the first time ever.
I have to admit defeat on something. Now, see, like when you're in sports talk, I think people assume that you have a big opinion about everything. And some guys do. Sure. I find those guys kind of nauseating.
They're very hot takey.
Well, there's just like, how could you possibly be that passionate about everything? You just can't. Yeah. Some of it's fake. Yeah. But that's fine. It gets listeners. I'm a little bit more the approach of, look, there's some things I don't know about. I'll tell you about it. If I didn't watch a game, I'll tell you. If I don't care, I'll definitely tell you.
Yes, you will.
But then there are other things where I'm dug in. I'm like, okay, I feel strongly about this. And one thing I felt strongly about that I must come clean that I am defeated on is that the Big Ten and the Ducks going to the Big Ten was going to be so much tougher than the old Pac-12.
I do remember that, yes.
I fought Joey on it.
Yep.
And
yeah, you were dug
Harrington was like, dude, it's the same thing. He's like, I think his point is, Indiana was actually good this year, but so it's a bad example. But like Purdue or
Illinois, Minnesota.
He's like, that's all this. My thought was in college football that if you go to the Big Ten, I think it's going to be deeper in the middle. Like the top heavy teams, obviously Oregon can hang with Ohio State. They beat Ohio State.
Yeah, last 2 times. Last 2 regular season times. Playoffs.
Slow down there.
Not
but
so much.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, top heavy, all conferences have really good programs
you
at the top.
You got to go through some big boys.
But I was thinking that if they move to the Big Ten, I think it's going to be tougher week to week. playing in the Big Ten. At least I thought that. I was dead wrong about that. Dude, the Big Ten sucks.
Well, to be fair to you, I don't like making any sort of sweeping judgments off of 1 year. I do think last year when you watched Oregon kind of buzz their way through that conference, Wisconsin was a game that there was you could say gave them some challenges. They didn't play particularly well.
How many times did Oregon in the Pac-12 just have
exactly? And that was
like,
that's kind of my point. It's
they
like
run
you're on
into
the road.
buzzsaw.
You're on the road at Arizona State. So, I mean, we'll live to see if that middle of the conference ends up being, problematic year after year after year, or if Oregon just is above that. The one thing I would say is going to the Big Ten and having brought USC with you, I do think that when you were in the old Pac-12, right, you had to go through USC, you had to go through Utah, and let's say Washington, right? Would you say on average?
Yeah.
Stanford was there for a bit, right? Give Stanford.
Yeah.
That was your. I would say most year to year, those were your core, the big boys, right? And I think in the Big Ten, having to go through USC, which you brought with you, still there, Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan, I do think that is
It's tougher.
That's tougher.
Yes.
But yeah,
But again, just because the top is tougher
doesn't mean
the whole league. I thought the league was just going to be. It was going to be much. I thought the Ducks were going to get tripped up in places that you just
sure
took for granted in the
Yeah.
Pac-12.
Yeah.
Or
And like I said, as this goes along, you may find that Nebraska and Wisconsin and teams like that end up being more challenging. I just think in college football, I think there's about 12 to 13 teams on any given year that are in one category. And of that 12, there's 3 or 4 that are actually different. The really, really top heavy. And I just don't think there's any difference.
everything else is the same.
Everything else is
Well,
the
that's
same.
what Joey Harrington was always saying.
And I think I do think that will bear out.
And I was like, I don't know. I just think there's more of them in tougher places. You get in cold weather.
Yeah.
Big Ten
And-
on the
and-
road is a little tougher. They
Yeah.
they play better defense.
Well, it is longer road trips. It is colder weather. So again, as the years go on, that may prove
It may be that's true.
to
But last
be,
year, dude, the Big Ten was not only did generally suck.
it didn't give you a lot.
It
of
wasn't
pushback.
any better than the Pac-12.
No,
is
but
what I'm saying.
But I will say that if I had a choice between
It was well. Hold on. It was not only, just kind of bad.
Yeah.
It was boring.
Yeah.
It was not as exciting as the Pac-12.
yes,
And I think we kind of knew that because of the styles.
yes,
But it was like, this is not all it's cracked up to be. Now, I get it is because it comes down to money.
Mhm.
Why you jump to the Big Ten, and you get to play big time games at Penn State and Ohio. I get the top part of it, but the rest of it is garbage.
Yeah.
The Rutgers, the Northwestern,
Yeah,
the
it's not-
Maryland,
it's
the
not any
Minnesota, the
good.
Purdue. It's terrible.
yeah.
It's actually more terrible than the Pac-12 because it's more boring.
Well, and it's also bad that you weren't used to seeing. Sometimes the garbage that you see,
You covet.
you covet.
Because one time 10 years ago they jumped up and beat you.
yeah,
So you respect them more.
there's that. Like, if no offense to some of those teams, but if you watched some Washington State, some Cal, some Arizona football over the years, there's some really.
Well, it's bad, but I think the bad was like Saturday night, 55-49 double overtime was awesome.
Yeah, there's an idea out in the West. You sling it around a little bit.
The Iowa-Illinois 13-10 is not.
Tell you what, though, if you asked me, this is what I was going to say. If you said, who would I want to go on the road in December to play? Would I want to go on the road and play Cal or Arizona, or would I want to go on the road and play, let's say, Iowa or Nebraska?
Well, Iowa's pretty good, though.
I know. I would much rather play on West Coast. I do think going into cold weather in November and December, as the years go on, some of those may end up being problematic. But for the most part, I tend to think that the Joey Harrington theory of once you get past a certain point, everyone's the same. And I played in one of those conferences where we played 2 to 3 teams every year that were pretty good, right? Our schedule at BYU was usually one big top 10 to 15 team. We would play Notre Dame, we played Florida State, we played Alabama, we played Washington, right? We played one of those teams. And then we would play two other decent teams. We'd play Cal, we played Virginia, Mississippi State, teams that were considered kind of middle of the road power conference. And then we would play our Mountain West schedule. And I played enough of those games. When you played a Florida State, we played Florida State when they won a national title, you're like, oh, that's different. Like immediately. Sean Alexander at Alabama, you're like, oh crap, that's different. There's a reason why they ended up playing in the Orange Bowl that year or whatever. But playing Cal, playing those teams like that, playing Virginia, playing Mississippi State, they were no different than us. And we were in the Mountain West. But if you put us in those conferences, like you get beat up, like you saw it when Utah came over to the Pac-12. You had to take your lumps for a little bit. If Boise State were to come in, you would take your lumps for a little bit. But for the most part, when you recruit at that level, recruiting at a level between like number 20 and number 40, there's no difference. Then it comes down to coaching, it comes down to player development, it comes down to styles. But for a team like Oregon, now, if for a team like Washington State or Oregon State joining the Big Ten, they may find it more problematic. But for Oregon's beyond all that. Oregon recruits at a top 5 level.
Yeah, they're different now.
So I think
I
think they've risen above that. I think to another team joining the Big Ten, I'll take BYU. If BYU went from the Big 12, where we were good last year, we were competitive, damn near won the thing. If you put us in the Big Ten, I think we would notice it a much bigger problem than Oregon joining the Big Ten.
Well, yeah, and that might be part of it, and maybe over time it does prove to be tougher because of what you're saying, and Oregon's not quite as good, and they trip up. I just felt like there were way more pitfalls. And again, schedules aren't balanced. They're different every year. Yep. Sometimes you miss some of these bad teams. Sometimes you miss some of the good teams. So maybe over time it will just all even out. But I just really... I just thought, man, there's going to be some scary games, and there really weren't.
No.
Like, shockingly not. Like, when Illinois finished 4th in the league, and they came to Autzen, dude, they were terrible.
Yeah. It's like, whatever.
I think Oregon would have pounded Indiana.
Agreed.
Then it's just about Penn State and Ohio State. It's the Iowas and the Nebraskas and maybe a trip to Minnesota or a trip to... Well, Wisconsin was close. It's those types of games that I thought there were just more of them in the Big Ten than in the Pac-12. But that still may prove to be true over time. It's just last year it wasn't, and it made me want to come clean that, dude, it's I miss the old Pac-12, first of all.
Yeah.
And more than I thought I would. And I had a little too much respect for the Big Ten and the depth of the Big Ten. I just did. Those teams are not that good.
Yeah.
They're just not.
I mean, I looked like UCLA was the definition of meh. And UCLA lost to Minnesota by a field goal. They beat Rutgers by a field goal. They beat Nebraska by a touchdown. They beat Iowa by a field goal, but they lost to Washington.
That's insane.
UCLA is not great, and yet UCLA they were fine. They were a 500 football team, including some wins over the Big Ten.
Well, they went 5-7.
Yeah.
But they kind of got it together at the end.
Yeah.
Right? Weren't they really bad?
Yeah, they were bad early. And
then
they kind of figured it out.
By the way, on this note, there is an SEC quarterback that stirred up a little controversy when he was talking about this very thing.
Oh yeah,
actually,
he was
recently.
He was peeing in people's Cheerios.
And we will get to that coming up. And something else I had to tell you about. I get to bitch about Juan Soto.
Yeah, this Juan Soto hate, I won't stand for.
Yeah, there's some Juan Soto hate coming up.
Yeah, well, prepare for me to lob it back at you.
If you weren't, you're going to be a Juan Soto homer.
Yeah, I am.
And if you weren't, you would agree with me.
No. Make the argument. Well, it's not an argument. Who was the player of the month?
I have no idea.
Let me give you a hint. The National League Player of the Month?
Well, it has nothing to do with how good or bad he is.
Juan Soto.
It's how big of a douche he is. And this you can't argue against.
I like the Juan Soto shuffle.
And that's coming up on The Fan. Segment, I was taking the L on thinking the Big Ten was going to be tougher and so much tougher than the Pac-12. It's really not, at least not right now. There is an SEC quarterback who agrees with me.
Yeah, he was talking some smack. I know the SEC media days are next week, and my guess is he's not going to back down from those comments.
Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia.
Yeah, which is weird because it's coming from Vanderbilt of all places.
Totally. Slow your roll, kid.
Yeah.
I know he's kind of a fun little upstart player, but dude.
Well, we make a lot of conferences, and I don't know. Obviously, whatever conference you think, like the Big Ten thinks they're a great conference. Big 12 is saying, "Oh, we're the deepest conference."
Well, the Big Ten is a great conference. I'm not bashing the Big Ten as much as I'm just saying I kind of overvalued it, but it's still a great conference. It's one of the two big boys.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
It's better than the Big 12. It's better than the ACC.
Look, we can all admit that again, the top heaviness of the SEC year in and year out, and the players in the NFL, the SEC is the best conference.
No question.
But the Big Ten's won the last 2 national championships, and
But I think that I don't know. I just feel like I hate to defend the SEC.
I've defended it for years.
It's just I've always said it's the NFL, it's the SEC, and then it's the rest of college football. They are in a different category. The Big Ten always gets lumped in with the SEC. It's not the same, and it's not really that close. And Diego Pavia said it, and he said it on Bussin' with the Boys. We've got Will here, so I'm sure he knows what that is. That perked him right up.
Well, we've talked about
Love
Bussin' with the
bussin'.
Boys many a time.
Well, I know, but Will's here, and he probably
his hat's on
filleted them if-
backwards, and he sure loves Taylor Lewan.
Yeah.
Big fan of the boys and Will and Taylor.
Yeah, there you go.
So they're Big Ten guys, right? One of them went to Michigan
in Nebraska.
And Nebraska. And they had Pavio on their podcast. Or Pavia. What'd I say?
I think we know who you're talking about.
Are you listening to anything I'm saying?
I am listening to what you're
Diego Pavia, he said, you want to play with the best. You don't want to play with the Big Ten. You ignore those calls, and you know that. Then he said, but you've got to think about this, too. He said, the SEC is like nothing else. Okay, the Big Ten, you have Ohio State, Oregon. The SEC, it's week after week. You're going to get beat on. The Big Ten, you're not going to get beat on with the Purdue Nebraskas.
Well, and again, there's nuance. What he's saying has an element of truth to it, but the fact that Ohio State and Oregon and Michigan can play with anyone, and if you want to throw Wisconsin, you want to throw Penn State in there, those are all fine. Like if those schools went to the SEC, they wouldn't just fall off the radar.
Well, I don't think he's saying that. I think he's saying it's the depth, and he's right. Like you can't argue with him on it.
But you also don't like. I want to pull up.
Well, hold on. He continues. He says the best pass rushers are from the SEC. He said Abdul Carter. You have one guy, one or two guys in the Big Ten. I think he's selling short. The guys at Oregon and the guys at Ohio State. But he said when you play in the SEC, you'll be playing just a rando team, a South Carolina, whoever. South Carolina was pretty good, but you know what I mean. And their pass rushers are freaking NFL draft picks. Yeah. And he's right about that. You do not see that week to week in most leagues.
There are more NFL players that come out of the SEC
by a factor of 1 billion.
100%. But like, I would come back, like if I'm looking at Vanderbilt played Virginia Tech, Alcorn State, Georgia State, Missouri, who wasn't any good. Then you got Bama was good. Kentucky, Ball State, and Texas. So here we are into November, and you have played 2 teams. You've played Alabama, who was very good, didn't make the playoff, and you played Texas, who was very good. Then you got Auburn, who was not very good. South Carolina was. And then you finished hard with South Carolina, LSU, and Tennessee. That's a tough. South Carolina could have made the playoff. LSU, even though LSU wasn't great, LSU is always a good team, and Tennessee. That's a rough go. But if I'm going to pull up Oregon's, Idaho, Boise State, Oregon State, UCLA, Michigan State, right? And then you played Ohio State, you played Illinois, you played Michigan, you played Wisconsin, and then you played Penn State in the Big Ten title game. You can make the argument that at Vandy played 1, maybe 2 games that were
Well,
it's
but
it's
hold on.
it's a more challenging schedule by 1 or 2
Okay,
games.
but comparing two teams from 1 year
But
that's not the exercise in proving his point. The exercise in proving his point, I think, goes back to, and some of it's changed now because the SEC, because these conferences have expanded so
you
much
don't play
that
everybody.
you don't play everybody, and so you can in any given year get an easy schedule in the SEC or
Absolutely.
a very hard schedule. But I think it goes back to the days of when everybody played everybody.
Yeah.
And it was a meat grinder, and I just don't think there's any arguing that in college football. But yet people still try to argue that.
Well, because people get bitter and people get, tired of listening to it. And the SEC can pound its chest because the SEC,
And it should.
SEC has titles. It is the toughest league. But the notion that none of those other schools could compete is the one that I kind of laugh at.
What do you mean? What other schools?
Like if you took a school and they said the same thing about Texas.
Oh, you're talking about like what he said about Purdue and Nebraska?
Yeah. None of those, Purdue and Nebraska, those you couldn't, if you put Purdue and Nebraska in the Pac-12 or you put them in the Big 12, nothing would change. They're average programs. Well, one's an average program, one sucks. That's not going to change, right? That's just, those schools do not, I'm not going to say they don't matter, but they're essentially cannon fodder. They're all the same. But the idea that like Texas, right? Texas was in the soft-ass Big 12 for years. And people were like, whoa, when Texas goes to the SEC. Texas has been just fine, right? Clemson plays in the soft-ass ACC. If Clemson went to the SEC, Clemson would be fine. If you took Ohio State or Oregon and you moved into the SEC, they'd be fine. And so that's the part where I roll my eyes at the idea that the big bad SEC is just so scary that the elites can't compete. This is, we just, in my opinion, you have to change your way of thinking between the real teams, the elite programs, and everyone else. There's tiers to it. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and then like the bottom tiers.
I agree.
And there's a little more tier 1 and a little more tier 2 in the SEC than there is anywhere else.
Well, that's his point.
That's
fine. He's not, I don't think he's talking about the elite teams. He even admitted Ohio State, Oregon, really good. I think what it is in the SEC that's inarguable is the Kentucky, outside of Kentucky, who you could even argue they don't.
Oh, they're not a bad team.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
But I'm bringing up the SEC programs that you could make a case go straight into the same category of the Purdues and Nebraskas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's what you're saying.
Yes.
The SEC has maybe 4 programs that fall into that. The Big Ten has like 12.
Sure.
Okay? The SEC, you could put Kentucky in there, maybe Mississippi State, maybe Arkansas, and maybe Vanderbilt. Okay? Those 4. Everybody else, any given year, could be silly nasty. Ole Miss, LSU, Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, A&M, Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri.
But I guess I would, again, if I'm just playing devil's advocate, I agree essentially with the point you're making.
Well, it's not me, it's him.
Well, him.
Well,
Yeah,
actually, I agree with him.
Yeah.
But I don't know, you can always frame the argument in different ways to help your points. But I think what he is saying at its core, it doesn't matter how you frame it, you can't really defend the argument against it.
No, I will, and
you're doing a good job of trying that.
I have defended the SEC saying it's the best, but I just think the level at which something can be the best without it being God, right? Like this isn't like when you have 2 heavyweights slugging it out, or you have a championship fight. It's not always when they get done fighting, there's one winner and there's one loser. It's not always, oh my God, that guy just mopped the floor, then it wasn't competitive. Sometimes it's like, hey, the difference between 1 and 2 and 3 is pretty close. And the SEC is the heavyweight champ. I just think there's a lot. I think that gap between them and the elite teams, whether that be Florida State, whether that be Clemson, whether that's Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan, that gap is way smaller than anyone else in the SEC wants to realize. I think the gap between tier 2, now where I will agree with the gap between tier 3 is probably that's probably the big jump. The bottom third of the SEC is probably better than the bottom third in a lot of those others, even though I put them all together. And to the SEC's point of all these good teams, every year you can't have it. Like Auburn can be a good team. Auburn sucks and has sucked for a number of years. Texas A&M sucks and has not been good in a long time. LSU the last couple years has been very average. They just have.
Yeah, see, but okay, I would push back and say that Auburn and Texas A&M, while down, I think they're different. Their down is different than a regular program's down, like you're talking about, because Texas A&M would have probably won the Big 12. You could make that argument.
Sure.
And you said they suck. Well, they could have won. I mean, I just think their suck is different than the traditional idea of suck.
Yeah.
It's just different
Yeah.
because they have better players that, yes, maybe it's not their best year. They're young, whatever, coaching change, whatever it is. They have down years. There's no question. Auburn hasn't done a whole lot recently,
No.
but I still think it is nasty to go on the road to play at Auburn
Yeah.
if you're in the SEC. It's hard.
Yeah.
And it is not to go to freaking Purdue.
They do have more hostile environments and they have more resources.
All right. Up next, we get to gripe about Juan Soto. Or Ron Soto. Have you ever heard of Ron Soto?
It's his brother.
Ron, who's the old Cub guy with the Ron Santo?
Oh, Ron Santo.
Lost
yes.
didn't he lose his arm or something? Lost his leg?
Did he lose
a limb?
Dave Dravecky?
He has no eyes or something? I don't know. Ron Santo.
He's got a patch.
My eyes are very important to me.
Yeah, no, Juan Soto is being raked over the coals again.
Not by me.
Can you believe this?
I love him.
People just won't leave this guy alone. Or is it his own fault? That's next. Here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be without their star left tackle Tristan Wirfs for the beginning of the NFL season. He just had offseason knee surgery on a knee injury that he suffered last year. Tried to rehab it through the offseason, kept having setbacks. So on Tuesday, he went in to have a repair on that injured right knee. In the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder and their big man Chet Holmgren have agreed to a 5-year rookie max extension that could end up being worth $250 million. Couple MLB games already final in Milwaukee. The Brewers were able to come out on top. Big walk-off win against the Dodgers in the 10th inning. They won that one 3-2. And in Chicago, in a shocking development, the White Sox beat the Blue Jays 2-1. That's the White Sox 31st victory on the year. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Do it every morning.
Now to some Juan Soto hate, which you won't stand for, but
No.
you're
You
going to
mean
have
the
to.
National League Player of the Month, Juan Soto, and
Yes.
biggest All-Star snub, Juan Soto?
Yeah,
Juan
say
Soto?
he's the biggest All-Star snub. I don't know. I don't think he deserves to be on the All-Star team, but well, I mean, he had one good month. Like, he was really struggling for a lot of the season, so he's a hell of a hitter. He just got a $750 million contract.
Yes.
Which those aren't always worth it, but look, he's earned it.
Mhm.
He can hit that little baseball,
Well,
and
I love
it was a good deal for the Mets.
Yeah, the people say that he's struggling. He's hitting 270.
No, I said he struggled at the
Yeah,
start.
I'm just saying, but in general, he's hitting 270 with 21 home runs and 52 RBI. If that is a struggling first half of the season,
Well, but I don't think it is because he had a really hot month.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is he was really disappointing, and you know this. Even you were bitching about it. He was really disappointing until the last 30 days. But to your credit, you did say he will get it together,
he's gonna be fine.
and he did.
Yeah.
That said, I mean, I kind of have always felt like he was a little overrated for what he makes.
I could see that.
But because he had, so I'm looking at his splits.
Mhm.
I just want to read you his months real quick.
Well, let's say this: he's never been the best player in baseball, and yet he was worth $700
So here's what
million.
So if you're going to pay a guy $750 million, especially in New York, they are going to expect you not to hit 232 with 2 home runs in the month of April.
Yes,
He hit 232 with 2 home runs.
it was.
Then
bad.
in May, he hit 219 with 6 home runs. But in June, he hit 322 with 11 home runs, and he's been pretty good in July, so
Yeah.
people have laid off of him.
Sure.
But the reason he is being and when you make that kind of money, dude, you got to deliver, and he is starting to do that, and it's a long season, and come playoff time, it's really all going to come down to if he has a big postseason, every penny of that is worth it.
Yes.
Right? Because the Mets are a good team.
Yeah.
But they're going to need him in September and October. Well, why did I say September? They're going to need him in October, and I think the World Series
November
goes into November now.
You are correct, sir.
So we'll see what he can do, but I watching him, like, he had a couple years with the Yankees. Or was it only 1 year with the Yankees? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, because he got traded from. From
Oh, it was the Padres.
San Diego.
Wasn't he kind of? Didn't he have a down year with the Padres?
I'll look and see what he did with San Diego.
He might have been back in Washington, but anyway, he's already played for 4 teams,
Yeah.
and that's rare for a guy of his talent. At any rate, the reason he has been being raked over the coals today is because they asked him about his All-Star snub, and
Yeah, that first year in San Diego wasn't great.
what did he do?
He played 2 years in San Diego.
Yeah, what was the first year?
Well, I mean, that was it was a partial because he got dealt. So when he was in San Diego, he only played in 52 games, but he hit 236 with 6 home runs and 6. So when he got to San Diego, it was a little like, it wasn't great. And then he rebounded the next year, 275, 35, and 109.
Okay.
And then in New York, 288, 41, and 109. So
Okay.
when he got to San Diego, it wasn't it was a little bit of a dip, but he has been.
What's his best year?
His best year. So he finished MVP 2. So that would have been his 22-year-old season in Washington. He hit 313
There we go.
with 29 and 95. And then the year in New York where he got paid, he hit 288 with 41 and 109.
Okay.
So,
But I mean, compared to like some of the numbers that are going up from Judge,
yeah.
and
Well, Ohtani
Shohei.
and
it's not 800 million great.
no. You can make an argument that he is the 5th, 6th best player in baseball, and
But-
and he gets paid Shohei money.
But like I said, come through in November or in October and November, and you people won't care about that.
Yeah.
What he said today that is pissing people off is they asked him about his All-Star snub,
Yeah.
and he said, "Yeah, I'm mad about it because there's a lot of money for me if I make it."
Yeah.
And everybody's going, "Dude,
He got
you just signed a $750 million deal, and the thing you're worried about not making the All-Star team is a $100,000 bonus?" That tells you a lot about Juan Soto, and that also tells you a lot about how he acted between the Yankees and Mets, where he got a lot of flack for the things that he was saying.
Yeah.
I think we're learning that Juan Soto is about one thing.
Yeah, it's
And it's Juan
It's
Soto.
Juan Soto. Well, one of the one of the reasons supposedly that he chose the Mets over the Yankees was the luxury box.
Yeah.
So
yes.
the Yankees were willing to give him basically the same amount of money. They were going to give him $700 million. And he wanted a luxury box at Yankee Stadium, and he wanted it for free for his friends and family. And the Yankees said, we don't do that for anybody. We don't do it for Judge. We've never done it for Jeter. Like, Jeter didn't have one. You know, and they said, we can get you one, but you have to pay for it. And they said, we'll give you basically like the team. There's a team rate. Friends and family discount, and you can get a luxury suite. But they said even Derek Jeter paid for one. And Juan Soto apparently was very pissed off about that. Well, when he went to the Mets, supposedly the Mets were like, yeah, dude.
That's fine.
It's here.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
So the idea, and I don't know what a luxury suite costs for a season at Yankee Stadium. Let's assume, I don't know, $500,000. Does that sound about maybe $1 million?
I have no idea.
I don't know either.
I would have no clue.
I couldn't tell you. Let's even say it's $1 million for a suite, and they're giving you the friends and family discount. Let's knock that down to maybe 700,000. Dude, you're getting paid. You're getting paid 700 and whatever $1 million.
Right. You can buy a suite.
You can buy a suite. So like there has been some stuff like that. And then when he first got to New York, well, when he got to the Mets, he said some comments about how the Mets lineup wasn't the Yankees lineup and missing behind, hitting behind Aaron Judge. And there were some Mets fans that were pretty pissy about that because he kind of seemed to be in a grumpy mood. And he didn't seem that excited to be here.
He just doesn't
and
get
people
it.
were like, dude, then why didn't you just stay with the Yankees? But some of that is gone away, and I don't know. I don't think he's the most lovable player in the world.
What?
Padre fans say that about
He's
him.
a donkey.
Yeah,
And you know
probably.
that.
Yeah.
But he's your donkey.
Yes.
So good luck with that.
Someone said, as a Padre fan, you can keep trash Soto.
Yeah, they hated him
Yeah.
down there.
Yeah. Yeah, Padre fan here. Another one. Juan Soto, great player, kind of a bitch.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think anyone would argue. Juan Soto could hit 400 and lead the Mets to a World Series, and he would not be the most popular New York Met. I feel pretty confident about that. Like, I don't know any Mets fans that believe that Juan Soto is like their favorite player. And when you watch the games, there's not an abundance of Juan Soto jerseys in the at Citi Field. It's not. But you know what? Sports are filled with these sorts of guys. Not every player that's really good is beloved.
Yeah, I get that, but well, there's no but.
No.
I get that.
Well, I wish he was Ohtani. I wish he was Judge. Bonds was a giant ass. A giant ass.
Yeah, I feel like you're really trying hard to make excuses for like, oh well, it's okay. It's just yeah. That's not the point. Is he's a douchebag.
You know who he kind of reminds me of?
And he needed to be called out.
You know who he reminds me of?
Who?
Is Manny Ramirez.
Yeah.
Manny was like that. Manny was about one thing and one thing only, and that was about Manny. And Manny was great. Peak Manny Ramirez was phenomenal. And yet he did this sort of thing. He didn't play hard. He didn't give a crap about playing in the outfield. A lot of comments about nothing really bothered him, and I'm going to be fine. I'm Manny Ramirez. No one really, like, when Manny was on your team, you loved him. Kind of. You were just happy that he was out raking for you.
I think he was much more likable to the fans. I don't know what he was like behind the scenes.
Well, he had a big personality.
Exactly. And he had flair. He had
a flair.
His game was, and that guy. I don't want to hear Manny Ramirez hitting ability in the same sentence as Juan Soto's, because it's not. Manny Ramirez freaking raked. He'd hit like 330. Soto 275. No. Get that bitch ass out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Look at you.
Look at me.
Look at you crapping over 26-year-old. Juan Soto is amazing.
I think Juan Soto is good. He is not the hitter that Manny Ramirez was, and don't try to make that argument. Get out of here.
I will make that argument.
Get out of here. All right, we will wrap up the hour next on The Fan.
It's time for
We got to move on to the club.
God, your Juan Soto bashing is done.
Yeah, it's over.
You'd
Just
give your
needed to
right
call
foot
up.
to have Juan Soto in Kansas City.
You know what? I would. You're right. I would.
I'd trade him for Bobby Witt.
Yeah, well, if you told me
Bobby!
that, I'm not trading Witt for him. But you could. I tell you what, dude, I will trade every other Royal, all of them.
Yeah.
You can have every one of them
No.
except for Bobby Witt and Caglione. And Caglione's hitting like 110. But
Exactly.
He's
yeah.
young. So I keep those guys. You give me Soto, and
Yeah,
you
the
can
rest are-
have anybody else on our team.
I'm all right. No.
No,
The only one I want is
You're not
Bobby.
doing
I do love Bobby Witt.
he's great.
He's great.
You know, the Mariners could have had it. Was it the Mariners? Oh, no, the Orioles could have had him.
Bobby Witt?
Yeah, because he went number 2 behind.
I don't know who. Oh, is that
Adley?
Adley Rutschman.
Who? Which, by the way,
Yeah,
he's
he's having a rough year. Well, he's hurt now, but
yeah. And
yeah,
last year wasn't great either. Like Rutschman came in gangbusters,
listen.
and then it was like
if you, look, Adley, I cannot say a bad word about Adley Rutschman.
that whole
okay?
family's great.
It's not in my DNA.
No.
I love him. I love watching him play. I think he's going to be really good. That said, could you make the argument that the Baltimore Orioles failed with that number 1 pick, considering number 2 was Bobby Witt?
Yes, it is. It is.
I mean, that's tough to say about Rutschman because it's so early.
Yes,
But dude,
yes,
you screwed up the pick.
you did. And I get Rutschman was can't miss, and you know, the last 2 seasons, you'd like to think that it's all going to turn around, but yeah, Bobby Witt's the better player, and I don't think there's anyone. If you asked anyone in baseball, if you had to take the next 10 years of a career, is anyone taking
No,
Adley?
it's not that. Everybody knows. I mean, look, Bobby Witt is better than Adley Rutschman.
Yes, he is.
That's clear.
Yes.
But because of that, could you say that Baltimore screwed that pick up? Because that's a hard thing to say.
It's a hard thing to say.
Because Adley could still be really good.
Yes.
He could go on to a Hall of Fame career.
Yes.
But you left Bobby Witt on the table.
Yeah. Well, and this is going to be one of those that maybe the whole Jordan thing, right? Like Sam Bowie and Jordan, but remember, it wasn't
Ooh.
just that. Like other teams passed
Ooh.
on Jordan too.
Yeah.
But one of those was Olajuwon, right? I think Olajuwon went ahead of Jordan. And did you screw that up?
Well, Sam Bowie was pretty good.
Until he got hurt.
Well, maybe that's Rutschman.
Yeah, well, I guess that's kind of my thing. Like, to me, that's the better. If Rutschman goes on to have a great career, right? And hopefully he does. To say that they screwed it up, did the Houston Rockets screw up? They had the number 1 pick, and they did not take Sam Bowie. They took Akeem Olajuwon. Then the Blazers took Sam Bowie. So yes, the Blazers screwed it up. Did the Houston Rockets screw it up by taking Olajuwon over Jordan?
Mm.
To me, the answer is no.
No.
You didn't.
Well,
No, like Akeem Olajuwon won 2 NBA championships, is one of the 50 greatest players of all time. You didn't screw it up.
well, and is Jordan? Well, you kind of did because
Well, you didn't.
you kind of did
You
though.
didn't.
You could look at it like they did. That's the greatest player of all time until LeBron came along.
Okay.
Okay, and he won 6 rings, not 2. But the question, then you say, well, would Jordan have been Jordan if he was there and not
Probably
in
is
Chicago?
Jordan.
And the answer is yes, he probably would have been. And yes,
So,
you did
no,
screw it up.
I'm not listening. The Blazers screwed it up. The Houston Rockets did not. So if Rutschman goes on to have a great career, he's not going to be Bobby Witt. They did not miss if he turns out. If this is the career arc that they're on, then yes, they missed.
Well, if you put it, okay, so I would just, it's all in how you say it.
Yeah.
I would say that the Olajuwon pick was a good pick.
Yes, it was.
So it's hard to say that they screwed up the pick.
Yeah.
But it also was not
The correct one.
the best pick that they could have made.
There's a difference. So,
Yes, there is a difference.
well, if you took your life savings and you dumped it into Google instead of Apple, did you make the wrong move? No. You're rich. You have a bunch of money. Would you have been better off putting it in Apple? Probably. Right? Or, Bitcoin or whatever. There's varying degrees of getting it right. There's a difference between getting it right, getting it all the way right, and getting it really, really wrong. The Blazers got it really, really wrong. You know who else got it wrong? The Dallas Mavericks. They took Sam Perkins. You know who went behind? It was Charles Barkley. They butchered it. So, that's the Mavericks and the Bulls, or the Mavericks and the Blazers are the one that butchered that draft, not the, not the Rockets. It's, if you end up with Charles Barkley or Hakeem Olajuwon, you did not get it wrong. If you end up with Sam Perkins and Sam Bowie, yeah, you got it wrong.
All right, the club is next. We will talk about something that I learned today about me.
That you hate Juan Soto, you irrational bastard.
It's not irrational to hate Juan Soto.
Yeah.
No, I gotta tell you something that I learned today. I think it's really freaking cool, and I'm happy about it.
Let's go. Let's go on this journey together.
Also have more on Lake Oswego, and what they're doing to keep us pores out.
I like the fight going on between the pores.
It is so petty.
And the Oswegans.
Yes, the Oswegans. We will be right back with Club 1080 on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, it's not going well for the Mariners in the Bronx. They trail the Yankees 9-4 right now. Randy Arozarena did have another home run. That was a 2-run home run, getting Julio Rodriguez back to the plate. But ever since then, it has been all Yankees, including Aaron Judge doubling to left in the bottom of the 6th. That was able to score a couple runs for the Yankees. They're obviously up now 9-4. Top of the 7th, Mariners do have one out. Ben Williamson is up at the dish. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Primetime.
Club 1080. The hottest spot north of
Okay, we apologize.
Come on, Rob!
Makes me sad.
Yeah, let's do that.
Go Beavers, how about that?
Aside.
All right, welcome back to our show. This is our show.
Yeah.
We are us.
You, me, the editorial we, the
Yeah.
community.
So I have to tell you something. I'm not doing this to tell you that it's my birthday.
A shameless. I just want to.
I just wanna- No, I have to tell you something that
You
I
and O.J. Simpson.
that I learned today. So today is my 50th birthday.
You old son of a bitch.
I sure am. And I'm certainly acting like it.
You've had a very old day
I've had
today.
a failed
yes.
computer day. I was bitching about
potholes. You were confused about YouTube.
yeah.
That's like an old. Yeah, you had like an old
Yeah.
menage a trois
Yeah.
there. You made an old man turducken. You just took a bunch
Yeah.
of old stuff and crammed it inside some older stuff.
So I've always because everybody knows the famous people they share birthdays with.
Yeah.
They do.
You don't? When's
No.
When's your birthday?
17th of October.
Oh, almost with my brother. We'll
one that
we'll
I
get
o-
you squared away.
The one that I always know is that you share a birthday with O.J. Simpson.
Yes, but he no longer has birthdays. Plus, he killed people. Like, okay, so I always
Allegedly.
what?
Allegedly, just in case.
So you share a birthday with, and I'm talking to Will here. Yeah, it's not a great. Wyclef Jean, Alan Jackson, Ziggy Marley,
I'm cool with Alan Jackson.
George
Ziggy Marley,
Wendt.
too.
George
George-
Wendt
Oh, there
from
you go.
Cheers. I think Snoop maybe.
You had me at Ziggy Marley more so than you had me
Oh.
with George.
What about Eminem? You like Eminem?
Yeah, Marshall's cool.
You share a birthday with Marshall.
Look at me.
I
Yeah.
discovered this year that I did not know. I found out when I went to Italy. You know who I share a birthday with? Because I always thought my big one was I have Manny Pacquiao, and I have who's the waiting for Guffman, the Eugene Levy.
Oh,
Those are always like the
I like Eugene Levy.
yeah, the Eugene Levy's great. Those are the two that I've always like. Those are. I don't have a lot of. I don't have O.J. Simpson, but when I was over in Italy, I realized because it was in all the memorials. You know, Pope Francis,
Henry V,
the Pope,
the guy who just died.
guy who just died.
Oh, you and he were born on the same day.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until like we saw like they had all the. They would have the picture of the Pope, and then they had his his birthday on there, and I was like, oh, December 17th, me and the Pope.
Congrats.
Well, he's dead now, but for a time.
Yeah. How does that make you feel?
Well, I got to say my respects.
Yeah, you saw his little dead feet.
His little dead Pope feet. Yeah.
So the Juice, it always bothered me that the Juice and I shared a birthday because, well, on account of he killed two people, allegedly.
Well, he was just kind of an overall terrible human being.
And then, but then I'd always counter that with Tom Hanks.
Yeah,
Who was
that is a
born
real
on-
juxtaposition sort of thing.
He was born on July 9th, and that's a good one.
Yeah.
But I found out today, and I'm head sewn to the carpet. I'm still stunned by this, and that I didn't know this. That I share a birthday with one of my favorite acts and one of my favorite people on the planet. Now, I don't know him personally, but I love him. I am a P1 of this man.
Yeah.
And you know that.
I do.
I just went and saw him play.
You bought
recently.
a hat.
I bought a hat. I love this guy. I think he's great. I share a birthday. And it's not just the date, it's the year. We both turned 50 today.
You both are old
And
sons
I
of bitches.
only just now found out about me sharing a birthday with the great, the indelible Jack
How
White.
about that?
Are you kidding me?
That is quite surprising because you,
I
for
love
years,
him.
have loved Jack.
Oh no!
Well, let me see. You had Googled famous birthdays because you came up with O.J. Simpson and Tom Hanks.
Well, because of O.J. Simpson and Tom Hanks, he doesn't necessarily go to the top of the list. But I also hadn't Googled it in a long time, right? It's one of those things you learn young.
It evolves.
And then you're just you don't keep looking that up. So today,
if you ever meet Jack White, are you gonna go
I will
all Chris
get-
Farley and be like,
Well, my,
we share a birthday.
my fiance.
Whoa!
Oh,
Hey-oh!
whoops!
You got breaking news?
Congrats, dude.
Yeah.
My son's fiance.
Am I gonna be invited to this one?
No, this one's top secret because I'm already married. My son's fiance asked me the other day. She said, "Who would jam you up? Like if you got in the same room
Yeah.
with them? Anyone,
Sure.
on Earth?"
O.J.
And
Simpson.
well, OJ would be one because I'm afraid he'd
Well, I would be uncomfortable around O.J. Simpson.
stab me. Yeah, I would be too.
I would
Yeah.
not.
I didn't even think about that, but that's
It
true.
would be very uncomfortable.
And Tom Hanks would probably make me slightly uncomfortable too. But you and I are both the same. We don't get starstruck. Sometimes I struggle with what to say to people who I mean,
Yeah. I don't want to be Chris.
like athletes.
Yeah.
Like, I met George Brett, and I grew up idolizing George Brett,
an
and
ass.
he's kind of an ass, and he's
Yeah.
a drunk, and
Yeah. Like, have another one, pickle finger.
he was nice enough to me, but I didn't know what to
rocks.
say to him.
Yeah.
Anyway, I told her David Gilmour would kind of jam me up. He's the guitarist for Pink Floyd. And Jack White.
Yeah.
I would get a little jam because Jack White loves baseball. He's a huge Tigers fan.
Yeah.
And
He seems like a cool dude.
he's a really cool dude.
Yeah.
And a super down-to-earth guy.
Yeah.
But I just think I'd be a little starstruck. I'd be like, dude, it's Johnny Guitar, man. You ever heard him shred? He's unbelievable.
There is a handful that will get you. And let me tell you, having the opportunity to meet one or two people that I thought would get me starstruck, yeah, the answer is it's worse than you imagine. It's so bad.
So Jack White was at the Tigers game today because he's a huge Tigers fan.
Yeah.
And sometimes they bring him on the Tigers broadcast. Like he'll be in the audience. He'll go up to the
bring him up?
booth and talk Tigers.
Is he from Detroit?
Which I think is cool. Yeah, he was born in Detroit.
Okay.
He's from Detroit.
So did they bring him up today for his birthday?
He was they just showed a picture of him in the suite. I think he was just there. And he was with his wife. And John C. Reilly. They brought out John C. Reilly to sing Happy Birthday to Jack White.
That's phenomenal.
At Tiger Stadium today on the field. And that's how I found out that Jack White and
I'll be
I
damned.
shared a 50th birthday.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, I've never wanted to be at a baseball game more than John C. Reilly serenading my man Jack White.
I know this might be sacrilegious. I think I'd rather meet John C. Reilly.
Dude, he's great.
Dude, I love John C. Reilly.
Okay, so the difference between those two guys is I have nothing in common with Jack White other than our birthdays.
Sure.
I can't talk to him about playing guitar.
No.
I'm like, so what are your fingers doing on there?
One of the great musicians of all time.
John C. Reilly is just a funny, engaging guy.
Yes.
And he would be a lot of laughs. I'm sure he'd tell you stories. And
he just seems like, and there would be this is going to sound weird. I think I'd rather meet John C. Reilly than a lot of my heroes because I think it would be an easier hang.
Way easier.
I've been uncomfortable.
Yes.
I've gotten to meet, unfortunately, 2 or 3 of people that I considered my heroes, and it doesn't go well. It's just there's a level where it's hard. But John C. Reilly is like in that sweet spot where I think I would just be able to relax and be really cool, and he seems like a great guy.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
So I took again, to my future daughter-in-law,
Yeah.
she and Meatball came with us to the Jack White show. He played at Edgefield recently. And she didn't know anything about really Jack White. Jack White's old to her.
Yes.
So, because she's, 22 or something. And we were grooving to some Johnny guitar. And towards the end, I turned to her, I said, well, what do you think? Because she
Sure.
she knew Seven Nation Army, and that's it.
I mean,
and he played that, and he brought the house down.
Oh, absolutely.
But I turned to her, and do you know what she said to me? I said, what do you think?
I'd be terrified of this answer.
Do you think it's going to be good or bad?
I think it's going to be bad.
I think it's going to be good.
Like she hates him?
I should just be like, who's this
I
pale
didn't
face?
understand. Yeah, he's got the white makeup, and he does
yeah.
the weird thing.
Yeah.
She goes, all she said was 2 words. She said, he Fs. That's what she said.
That's great.
That's good.
And I was like, oh, you get it.
You get it. That feels so
Fs.
good. Because anytime you bring a young person to something that you love, God, I'm always afraid that they're just going to take a big,
Yeah, she liked it.
steamy dump all over
I'm
it.
guessing she's not listening to him daily in her earbuds, but
yeah.
And the other Jack White anecdote here is that I found out today. This is the only reason I bring any of this up. Is these stories are too good to not be told.
Yeah.
Apparently, and I'm sure he has told it on the air, but I haven't heard. I didn't know anything about this until I was talking to Cooley and Dusty off the air before the show, and I was telling them about my Jack White revelation.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, you know that there is a fan personality currently on the air who had dinner with Jack White and did not know who he was.
Get right the hell out of town.
Have you heard this story?
It wasn't me.
It was not Will, although you might not know who he was if he sat
Would
next to
not have known until today.
you. Right. But that's,
Yeah.
I get it. He's,
Yeah.
how old are you? 20?
I know now. I saw him. I
Well,
know
but
the songs.
He's older now. I get
Sure.
it. Brandon Sprague.
He had dinner with Jack White and he
Yes.
had no idea who he was.
And I have, he hasn't got back to me yet, but I have texted him. I'm like, dude, I did not know this story. You need to regale this story to me stat. I'm like, first of all, how did you have dinner with Jack White? And second, how did you not know who he was?
Oh my God. Yeah, I have not heard this story. But
Yeah,
I
apparently he has a friend of a friend who's buddies with him.
Yeah?
And they were at the same dinner table. And he
Like a restaurant?
Sprague, yeah, and Sprague asked him what he did.
Oh my God.
It's Jack freaking White.
I wonder if Jack White loved that.
He did. Cooley said what he remembers from Sprague telling that story
Yeah.
is that's exactly what Jack White said. He was like, dude, that is the most refreshing question I have gotten in months.
Yeah.
I host a radio show. What do you do?
Oh my God. Hey,
Oh, I kind of shred. I F.
that should be he should have done the Darren, was it, not Darren Ravel. God, who was the ESPN reporter when I asked him what he did?
Oh, no, it was Andrew Wiggins. And you asked him, oh, no.
No.
Oh,
At the
Joe
meeting.
Shad.
Joe Shad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like when I asked Joe Shad what he did, and he looked at me and his response was, I'm Joe Shad. I was like, what? And I think my
Yeah,
response was,
right.
that pay well? He did not like it.
That
he,
F's.
He was he was insulted that I didn't know who he was.
That's why I like Jack White. Is Jack White would never say something like that.
No.
It'd be like, oh, I play shows. You may have seen,
Sure.
like.
Well, you wonder, like, at some point, like, how do you ever? I'm guessing that does not happen to Jack White very often, where
anymore.
someone's eating dinner with him and he's like, "What are you doing?"
What do you? What, you play guitar or something? Like, do you make money doing that, or?
Oh, you got like
I'm like one of the top
you got-
20 guitarists ever.
You got like a little indie band or something?
Yeah, what's your cute little
have
band
I
name?
ever heard?
What do I look? What do I Google?
Well, think about this. You know when they did the SNL 50, right? Did you ever see that?
I don't think
the
I
concert.
watched. I didn't
It's
see
really
it.
good.
But Jack White was on there.
So they did an SNL 50 and they did an SNL concert where they brought in all the artists basically that have played SNL over the years. It was an amazing show. I mean, anyone was on that thing. And you know who closed the whole damn thing out? Jack White.
Yeah.
You want to talk about like that's a place that respects musicians.
Yeah.
When you get billed to close out the SNL 50th
That's pretty
anniversary
awesome.
concert.
There were a lot of big acts on there too.
Yes, there was.
Yeah.
I mean, huge acts.
Yeah.
I mean, that was everyone. Pearl Jam. They brought back the Fugees. I mean, they had I mean, it was just hit after hit after hit, and Jack White closed it out. Hey, what do you?
So So what do you do again?
God, that's amazing.
Isn't that crazy? I didn't know that story. This is the greatest fan story that I never knew about.
Yeah.
And so I'm out to Sprague to get the details on this.
Yeah.
And I'll
never heard
report back. Also want to point out, I know we have to go. I also found out again just today that another one of my favorite musicians was also born on July 9th. Had no idea. Isaac Brock of Modest Mouse. Happy birthday, you old son of a bitch.
Look at you.
I like him. I've always liked Matt. He's a little weird, but I've always liked Modest Mouse. I think that's a good band. And he was also born on July 9th.
Wow,
So do you think there's something to that?
It's possible.
Should I have played guitar?
Maybe you should still. Maybe you're a savant. Maybe you're going to pick it up, and it's just,
I'm the new Jack White.
Except you're old now. 50 years old.
Yeah.
You old, but do you feel old? Let's talk about your oldness.
I don't feel
When we
old.
come back.
I feel
think you
great.
do.
I feel great.
I think you feel old.
Okay, I got to tell you about Lake Oswego v. the Pores next on The Fan.
Said Rob is going to celebrate tonight with a White Claw, some Love Island, and yelling at kids for riding their bikes too loud.
That's right.
Yeah, quiet down. Yeah. Is that, now that you're 50,
Get
you
off my
old
foot.
sack of crap,
I'm old.
is that
I
the
am
oldest thing
dying.
you do is to hate loud cars?
Well, I've always hated loud.
I know, but
I
now-
hate loud anything.
But when you're like 25 and
Except
you
for
hate
Jack White.
when you're well, that's his the movie he made was It Might Get Loud.
That's right.
Which is, if you haven't seen that,
Good one.
It's The Edge, Jack White, and
Jimmy Page.
Jimmy Page. And,
And,
it's just
and there is a scene in it where The Edge and Jimmy Page are suckling at the teat
Yes.
of Jack White, teaching them how to play Seven Nation Army, and it's awesome.
yeah, watch that movie. It's called It Might Get Loud. It's amazing. But when you're 25 and if you don't like loud mufflers, it's one thing. But now that you're 50, the idea of you being upset over loud car guy, it adds an extra layer now that you're 50 years old. And I'm asking, is that officially the oldest thing that you do now? Or is it the 9:15 bed?
Dude, I go to bed pretty early. 9:15.
Dude, you really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Are you in bed by 10 o'clock every night?
Not every night,
Yeah.
but that's nice.
I can defend you there, Rob.
Yeah.
I'm early
Dude,
bed guy.
I like to go to bed early. There's nothing good that's happening late.
Everything good happens late.
No, I disagree with that.
During the weekdays, like Sunday
Yeah.
through Thursday, go to bed
Weekday.
at like 9. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
I
What
got
about,
you, dude.
What about 8:15?
That's a bit early, but you know what? If you get up early enough, I just looked it up. You can get the early bird discount for being 50 years old at Krispy Kreme.
Oh, get out.
Wake
dude.
up, head on over.
Life is
10% off.
How good is life? I sometimes will crawl into bed after 8, just after 8. No, I'm not going to sleep. I'm watching shows or something, but doze off.
So it's happening.
Maybe take a little nap.
Because you said you don't really feel old. Because I asked her, like, when
No,
you
I
turn
don't feel
50, that's like one of those marquee birthdays. And, like,
Yeah, I don't feel old.
you don't feel old, but you go to bed
Actually, today I
at
felt
8:30.
well. I do old things, but I've always done old things. I'm an old soul. But I will say that today, people always ask you at 50, how do you like? What's today like? What do you do? How do you feel? And I must say that I didn't, because birthdays don't mean a whole lot to me. I'm not a huge birthday guy. I know you're the same.
Yeah, I don't.
Most men don't really care about their birthday.
When a man cares about his birthday, I find it suspicious.
It's a little weird, isn't it?
Agreed.
So I didn't think, I just thought it would be any other day. And I also don't like to be celebrated. So my wife's pissed because she wants to do something. I'm like, I don't.
Surprise, Rob. What if
Yeah.
What if you get
No.
home and we're
She
all
did that.
waiting?
Well,
We're-
she did that for my 40th.
Did she really?
Yeah, they were friends at the house, and we played golf and the whole thing.
I wasn't invited.
I
to
got
that
there.
either.
No, you weren't. I got there.
Will I get invited to 60? My God, can I be invited to
You know
one
what?
Rob function?
I want you to be at my retirement party
Thank you. Finally,
because you probably deserve that.
After all those years, I get invited to
Propping
something.
me up for 30 years. So I told, I was telling you this, and I told Danielle this, but I am feeling very reflective today, and I have felt just very good about life. I'm very.
You got a good one.
I'm very grateful and appreciative of her, my wife, of you, and I mean that. I'm very appreciative of you, my partner of 20 plus years.
Yeah.
I'm very appreciative that I've still got my parents here, and they're out here in Oregon now. I think that's amazing.
You have a giant hog.
A huge hog.
So much to be grateful for.
I'm appreciative of this show. Like, this has been half of my life.
That's the one we were talking during
I've
the
never
break.
seen so much dong in my life.
That was the one
In my
when,
own pants.
when you said that, I was like, oh my God,
Dude,
you're right.
It's been half of my
it's-
life.
Yeah, it's half of our lives.
Well, not quite for you. For you, it's been.
It's
What year
more.
did you get here?
Yeah, I mean, I got here in 2000 and what was that? 2003, I think.
Yeah, so we're
2003,
kind of
2004.
at about this.
Yeah, you were
The
here.
same.
I think you were here 2 years. What year?
2001, I got to the station.
I think we were. I think you have maybe 2.5-ish years
Yeah.
on me.
And I'm a little older than you.
Yeah.
But 20. So I got here when I was 25 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm now 50.
Yeah.
That's half of my life.
Yeah.
And so I'm just very appreciative of all of it and all the great listeners. Some of you, not all of you. And it's just been awesome. It's been a great day. And we're going to go to San Diego this weekend and partied up with some fam, and it's just some
You're
very
gonna party to the break of 9:50.
9:15.
Yeah.
I might stay up till 10. I don't know. We'll see. But
10? Woo, doggy.
I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful, and I didn't think I would be, but I am. I'm feeling.
I would assume that 50 is definitely one of those
It does.
reflective.
Yeah, it kind of makes you think. I didn't do this at 40. A lot of people say you do at 40.
I didn't hit 40 either.
I didn't. But 50, I'm kind of thinking about some stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll be leaving the show. No.
Well, you are now that you say that, because you'll be gone tomorrow and Friday. So of course we're going to get the inevitable. Where's Rob? He's down
Fired.
He's been fired.
Finally, it's about time.
After all these years. Well, congratulations on
thanks.
50 years old.
Yeah, you old bastard.
You old Saka, you know.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to start calling out age discrimination around here. Okay.
You going to call it out for me, too? You going to help out the youngs?
Do you feel that you're discriminated against because you're young?
I think I can find a reason to be discriminated against.
What?
Can find a reason and actually being discriminated against, two different things.
Well, isn't that the joys of what my generation does? We just find things and then
that's true.
complain about them.
That's fair. I just always remember Dwight James. You remember Dwight James?
I do.
So I did Talking Ball with him back on Comcast Sportsnet.
Yeah.
And he was always, it was a bee in his bonnet when people would call him old, because he was in his 60s, you know, doing that show.
Yeah.
And it pissed him off.
Really?
Yeah, because he would flat out point out age discrimination, and he was not wrong. Like there's a lot, and you people that are 50 or older or 60 or 65 that are listening right now, you know, it's a thing.
Yeah.
It is very much a thing.
Sure.
And it really bothered him. But people would do it all the time. For whatever reason with him, it was always like, oh, you old, you know, you're an old, you would know. What year did you start? 1930, you know.
Yeah.
And having sat next to him for a while, I watched that and wouldn't have thought anything of it before I knew him.
Now you have an appreciation?
Well, I did see it happen, and it's like, it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying that's happened to me.
Well, there's a
But
difference between
it will.
being 50 and
Yes.
being 60.
And being 800 like him. Nah, just kidding.
Well, he's got to be, God.
I don't know how old he is.
Well, he's got to be in his 70s or 80s by now, right? I see him on Twitter sometimes. He's usually posting an anti-Portland thing. He hates Portland.
Yeah, he does hate Portland.
He hates Portland.
You know, he lives on a golf
Houseboat,
course.
right?
No, he used to. He lives on a golf course. I won't say the name of it, but he
Yeah.
lives on a country club. And I was playing in a tournament there recently, and that dude was on the tee. Like, he came out of his house, like, hey, good. Now, see, now you're doing
I
it.
know. I'm
You
doing
old
it,
son of a bitch.
I'm doing it in jest.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God, it's Dwight James. That's like the last person I expected to see on the tee box of this golf course. But there he was. And he's like, yeah, I just live right there.
Yeah, there I am.
He
Well,
sits up there and watches people hit.
well, good for him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't.
The old fella.
I don't care. People.
I don't care.
We
either.
all get old.
I get it.
Yeah.
The jokes are, well, with me, the jokes are warranted.
Yeah. I mean, you are.
I mean, look at me. I'm gray. I hate loud mufflers.
Go to bed super early.
I go to bed early.
Watch a lot of golf.
I love golf. I mean,
You have some weird shoulder thing all the time. You're like, ah.
well, that's my tendonitis. Eat some Bengay.
Good times.
I'm just doing math over
Yeah.
here.
I get mad sometimes when I don't get my old man flowers.
What? What does that mean?
So when I go to like the like one of the two martial arts gyms, there's like an old man kind of, you take care of the old man, right? Like no one really goes after him. Like there's a level of respect.
Of course.
And you know who doesn't get that? Freaking me.
Oh, it's not just you, dude. That's a American thing.
No. It pisses me off. I want to be that. Like,
You want to be revered?
the young kids come at me like at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like I'm old. Like those.
I'm dying.
Some of those dudes are only 2 or 3 years older than me. And everyone acts like they're made of glass. But with me, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Okay.
Like, it's like, if you're 25 and you're stepping into a ring or a cage or a mat with someone that's 50, there's this like, all right, let's, hey, go easy, right? No one needs to die here. No one's trying to break anyone. And then I get in there and they're like, yeah, full go. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, I know. I'm old too.
Well, it's because you're big.
I'm only 2 years younger than that guy. I'm like, why isn't, and I don't get my old man flowers. I don't get the old man credit, and I don't like that. I've got reverse age discrimination going on. I want to be treated.
The plight.
Yes, I want to be treated like one of my fellow olds, and I don't.
And I don't. Well, I'm going to leave you with some audio. Because, and by the way, thanks to all you listeners who are texting in happy birthday. I appreciate that. I love all of you. Retraction. I love many of you.
Some. A couple few.
I want to play something because somebody said, because you're bitching about never getting invited to any of my cool parties.
It's true.
It is true. You have not. Ben.
No.
Well, there's only been one. It was my wedding. But.
And your surprise 40th birthday party.
Yeah, she did. I'm surprised she didn't, because that was a weekend. Boy, that's a real slight, isn't it? That's more of a slight than the wedding. The wedding was small.
Yeah. And it was early in our tenure.
Yeah.
The 40th birthday, hey, Nurse Nice, what the hell?
I had nothing to do with it. It was a surprise.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
We went golfing and everything. What was I going to tell you? Oh. And then somebody said, did Suk make you a birthday card since he enjoys making them so much? The answer is no. He didn't even remember it was my birthday, which is fine. I don't care. I'm not a birthday guy. Except we spent the whole hour talking about my birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Now I want to play this before we go. It's only a minute, and I just want to remind you Suk's respect for me, okay? And we'll be right back. I'm going to do this one first.
Okay.
You know how to spell my name?
What?
Spell my name.
ROPP.
My first name.
Yeah, Isaac.
Spell it.
Why?
He doesn't know how to spell my name.
It's ISS. No, you
That's
just the other.
incorrect.
Wait.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I know. I do this every time.
God, you're a piece of All right.
Read the Bible next time, Sue. Come on.
No,
it's
it's not-
Isaac. Oh.
It's not two S's. It's two A's.
Yeah, that's
So-
right. It's not what it says here, but yeah, that's right.
What?
It's Isaac.
Oh yeah. It's
Yeah.
ISAAC.
Yeah.
Okay. I always do that. I always do two S's,
Oh,
but it's not.
That's
It's
cool.
two A's.
Yeah, that's
Spell my last name, f***er.
SCUKANEC.
Damn it.
It's not fucking hard.
All right, well, either way, I got it. It just took me a second.
No, you did.
I always put two S's.
You don't know
there.
how to spell my name. Look at that.
ISAAC.
Damn it! F you.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, breaking news from ESPN Shams Charania. The Phoenix Suns and superstar Devin Booker have agreed to a 2-year, $145 million max contract extension. That's going to keep Booker with the franchise until 2030. That's the highest annual extension salary in NBA history. And it is the highest average annual salary. It's more than any NFL player has ever had or NBA player. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Center.
One texter says, the one thing I don't like about getting old is that instead of going out with the hot at work, I'm getting written up by HR.
You do have to realize as you get older, well, I guess you don't have to if you have enough money, but it is weird when you start getting old and you realize that the youngs, they don't view you like as you're not, I don't know how to describe it. You're just not an option.
It's a moment.
Yes.
It's for young people like Will, you won't understand this, but it will come, and it is a moment in time, and it is devastating.
I understand not being an option.
Yeah, but it's
no, but
it's weird because if you're not an option because they don't like the way you look or you're not their type or whatever, but it's like they are in a land of soup, and you are a fork. You are of no use to them whatsoever. Like it's
not even a checkout. Like,
yes,
it's not even like look at that. Nah, he's no.
Yeah.
As a former O lineman, I was a fork in a land of soup. Come on now.
There was, and I think I've told this story on air, but I don't know, this was maybe 3-4 years ago, something like that. And I was working out at the gym, and this young gal came up who was very young and who was very, very attractive. She came up and she asked me what my name was, and I was like, oh. And she said, do you have a girlfriend? And I said, actually, yes, I do. And I was like, I'm flattered. I was like, I was kind of shocked at the whole thing. Like, this was so far out of my league. And she kind of laughed. And she goes, no. She goes, I just thought you'd be perfect for my mom.
Oh, dear.
I'm going to have to know that name as someone who works out in your gym.
I just started I was like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry. She's like, oh, my mom kind of likes that bigger kind of biker-looking guy. And she goes, I see you in here a bunch. She's like, I thought you'd be perfect for my mom. And here I was, like, for a brief moment, my ego was through the roof. I was like, oh my God, this hot. Like,
yeah, this is awkward. I'm going to have to let her down easy. Wait.
Yeah, I was like, sorry. And I did. I was like, actually, I do. And she's a wonderful woman, but I appreciate it. I mean, that's very flattering. And just the look on her face of like, what? You thought I was? No, you jackass. And the best part about it, her mom was like over on the Stairmaster or whatever. And she was like, my mom's kind of shy. And I looked over there. Oh, my God. The mom was like...
Old butter hog.
Oh, I was just like, damn it. What is happening?
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
A good Midwestern gal. Great in the high winds. Sturdy.
Yeah.
Sturdy woman.
I think what kids don't understand about that, or youngs don't understand about that, is that when you get into the father zone, you are a father. Like you stop thinking that way. You don't look, especially if you have kids and you just don't. That's the way you know you're not a creep.
Yeah.
Is that it eventually wears off. You don't look at girls that way. But what they don't understand is that there was a time in your life where you did. And that part of the brain, while shut off, is still there. And they don't understand that it's in there. They just think we've always been dads. We've always been the same age. No. We were real pervy at one time.
Yeah.
And,
And some people, by the way, some people it doesn't end.
Exactly. And that's how you know.
Yeah.
See, that those are creeps.
Yeah. I think it was last weekend. The BTJ texted me and she's like, hey, meet me after the show. She was with one of her friends and then one of my friends. And she goes, we're down, I don't know, I forget the little area, but it's like a little entertainment thing, and like they kind of rope it off. There's a bunch of bars down there. I forget exactly where it is. It's over kind of like by 10 Barrel, right? In that kind of general area there.
Oh, yeah.
And it was on
Will knows that well.
Yeah, Will knows that well.
Yeah, there's some spots down there.
And so I was like, well, I'll just take a scooter over there because I don't want to deal with parking. She goes, it's a mess over here. So I take my little scooter down, and they're like, they were at, is it River Pig?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Whistle Pig. Or no, Whistle Pig is the bourbon.
Yeah, what's the saloon? River Pig?
It's River Pig.
River Pig, yeah.
Oh, my God.
That place is a zoo.
Yeah, dude, that's where all the NBA players go.
If you ever want to feel like 1,000 years old, go to that place.
I like River Pig.
Dude, have you been there on a Friday?
I wouldn't go there at night. I would just go in there for like happy hour or something.
First off, the music, like 1,000 decibels. Can't hear anything. Rob immediately would be like, no. Wall-to-wall people, and it's just It's wall to wall, just slutty outfits everywhere, and
Nice.
it is just the youngs.
What's not to love, huh?
The
Will?
youngs are
I've
everywhere.
been there. It's great. I'll tell you what. I don't know
fun
how
place.
it passes a fire
Right.
inspection. Like, you can't walk.
No, and
You
so, but
cannot
that's
move.
the thing. Like for Will, I even said that I'm like 15 years ago, this place would have been amazing, dude. You are just this weird. I was like, oh my God, I am the oldest person here. And I immediately felt it. I was like, this place sucks. And then the worst part was I saw dudes older than me that were like there to pick up like the 21-year-old. And I was like, at least I'm old enough to be uncomfortable being here. Watching the old man who was like in his 50s and not like stylish and hip and put together, just like the full-on dad is like, let me put on my sweet New Balance here and tuck in my t-shirt. And that dude is just out at that place, just in a sea of 23-year-old hots. He's like, yeah, gonna get me some Strange tonight.
It's sad.
I was like, I felt bad for them. We had like one drink and I was
For
like,
the olds or for the youngs?
everybody there. I felt bad. Even just my presence there alone made me, I'm like, I am adding an uncomfortable vibe to this place. I need to get to a dive bar, and I need to get to a dive bar stat.
Well, it kind of is a dive bar, but
It's not. It's a club.
It is. It turns into a club at night.
It's not a club.
You got to go. It's not a club, but it's not a dive bar or a club. But if you go there, like Saturday to watch college football, it's kind of divey. If you go there at 1 o'clock in the morning, you're going to see Luka Doncic stumbling around.
Yeah.
That's the River Pig is a pretty popular spot.
Yeah.
And all the NBA guys go there, so it becomes kind of that clubby feel at night.
Yeah.
But during the day, it's like a sports bar.
Yeah, well,
But-
I'll tell you what. I have. It's been a while since I've walked into a place and was like, nope, I'm gonna turn around and walk right on out.
But that's a good feeling because I've had that before too, where that's a place where you at one time
sure
would have loved to have been.
Yes. Not now.
But now it's the worst.
Yes.
It's like the worst environment. You're like, I'm out of here. I cannot. You cannot get me out of here fast enough. Isn't that amazing about life?
Yes.
But then there's the creeps who are
Yeah.
just like, oh, I still love it.
Oh, believe me, I saw
I'm
him.
gonna get me some Strange. All right, we will wrap it up next on the Fan.
Thanks to our
hear the music.
No.
Why don't I hear the music?
Because you're not out of here quite yet. You got like a minute, and then you'll
Wow.
hear the music.
Minute. What are we gonna do to fill a minute?
Celebrate you.
Yeah, let's celebrate me.
Happy
some more.
birthday to you, dude.
Yeah, thanks.
10% off Krispy Kreme now.
That's great.
When the last time you bought a Krispy Kreme donut?
I don't think I've ever bought a Krispy Kreme donut.
Yeah, you get them.
They're like pens. They just show up.
Exactly. Yeah.
School birthdays.
What?
Dude, that's the big thing. When it's an elementary school birthday, everyone buys Krispy Kreme donuts. As a teacher,
I wouldn't know.
I get those more
Not only
recently.
have I never bought a Krispy Kreme donut, I don't think I've ever been to a Krispy Kreme donut.
I haven't either.
I've seen Krispy Kreme donuts.
Where even is a Krispy Kreme around
There's
here?
one by the depot in Vancouver.
Yeah, it's there's one by a Costco off of Padden Parkway.
Isn't there some bit where like a red light goes off or something, and that's when you know they're making the donuts or something like, or the donuts are ready, or am I making that up?
I think you're making that up.
Mhm.
Is that like time to make the
No,
donuts?
I've heard that.
There's some sort of signal where they say, "Oh, donuts are ready," and then everybody swarms in there like beasts,
Yeah, I don't know. Couldn't
Neanderthals.
Again, having never been there, I don't know.
We know nothing of Krispy Kreme.
No. I'm sure it's a fine donut. I mean, I've had
Well,
them.
you've
but-
had them. It is. It's a
but
good donut.
If
but
you brought in a thing of Krispy Kreme donuts, I'm not like I
I'll have one.
I wouldn't eat.
I can't.
Just
not.
a regular Krispy Kreme.
Dude, I tell you what, donuts. I don't know what's harder to resist, donuts or pizza. Even if
for
I'm
me,
not
for me,
hungry.
it's pizza.
If you put a pizza down here and a bunch of donuts down here,
I would eat pizza.
I don't know. That's tough.
I could finish a full meal and feel like I'm gonna die. And if I walked by a nice hot pizza, I'm like,
Oh yeah, you're like, oh, there's a little more room
this
in
is
there.
one slice.
Yeah, I'd be fine.
But a donut, I'm like, I don't want to be a fat ass. But pizza, I'm like, ah.
Oh, give me
good.
two.
Pizza.
All right. I will be back on Monday. Sook and Will tomorrow, and then Buck on Friday.
Yes.
And then somebody else on Saturday.
Enjoy
Everybody have
San
a-
Diego. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Everybody will have a great night. We are back tomorrow, 3/7. Good night.
Red ships of Spain, red ships.